All right, we sitting here with the most decorated Miami Hurricane ever. Big tight end Warren Sapp.
Tight end, D tackle, corner, anything you want, baby. We're gonna play this game. Let's do it.
You think the Canes win the national championship again?
Yes.
You think Mario the guy?
I know Mario's the guy.
Welcome to South Florida. Yeah. Welcome to South Florida. Welcome to South Florida.
We springboarded.
Yeah.
We've always said this at Miami. We've created more first-round picks than anybody, any other university in the history of the game. We made Doug Flutie a legend. Put him on the cover of cereal boxes all over the world since '84. I'm telling you. Oh my God! Still, dog, we created more legends. Ty Detmer, man, created more legends than any other university around. It's just what we do.
Right.
When we play them, but hey, man, it is what it is.
Yeah. I once asked him like because he started talking about the answer was in recruiting, and I said
we had top 5 classes. He wasn't talking football.
Right.
And then he was the coup de grace for me. He never allowed us to watch what he was doing.
No? Explain that. What do you mean? He wouldn't let...
You got Paradise Camp and that was it. We didn't get to go to practice like we do with Mario. I never got to go to the University of Miami campus to watch practice.
They won't let you come?
No.
Now, I done heard this from other Canes.
No.
Are you serious?
No, was not allowed in the building.
How that make you feel?
I told you already. Now don't start. Don't drag me back. Now we're in a good place right now. Don't drag me back because you know me. This thing he get lethal. So I'm gonna spare.
I didn't think that was happening for everybody, but if it was
everybody, it was across the board, dog.
Yeah.
No certain. Ed Reed was the only one, and I was talking with Ed.
Right.
And then Ed was giving me a little tip, this, that. Ed was like, man, I walked in the meeting one time and, I sat beside some linebackers or whatever. And, I pulled out my pad and go to taking notes.
Uh-huh.
I look over. He ain't taking no notes. So I asked him, say, man, you going to take some notes? How are you supposed to get this down? Are you even allow that?
I think it slowly got there.
How?
And then to the point where they started locking y'all out because they didn't want y'all to see it.
Yeah, because we wouldn't have been quiet about it. Right. We wouldn't have been quiet at all.
Right.
But it was on the field. Right. When North Carolina showed up and ran, you can't. Boy, we don't watch Wishbone offense. Jamel Holloway won a Heisman Trophy as a freshman. Right. I don't watch Major Harris run that thing. I did every which way we lose. They ain't rough no 500 yards. Lord have mercy, Jesus. And they played children of the blind sometimes.
Man, you played at every level. You played in that Tampa Bay defense that I heard was brilliant. How does somebody run for that many yards on you and you not adjust to it?
And I did still running at the field.
And we're not talking about a triple option. We're not talking about...
No, we talking about I formation.
How does that happen?
Tell me. When your head coach got the head coaching job,
right,
always being a defensive coordinator. These 2 running backs was in that backfield all year long. Right. We saw them coming.
Right.
And to run the DN up the field, we just running right underneath the DN and out the door. I'm like, Lord have mercy. I'm like, Lord have mercy. When he broke the first one, I said, Lord have mercy. Hold on now. Our DN can't go up like that. You got to try to balance that thing and fall back in, At least make him stop his feet. Change direction or something.
They never just...
Never. Not one adjustment.
Is that scheme or is that effort? Is that a little bit of both colliding?
That's from the top down.
Alright. That's our Warren Sapp interview. We're going to drop that tonight. Early release for the members. That's the most decorated cane in University of Miami history. Mr. Warren Sapp, what's going on with y'all, man? TGIF, thank God it's Friday. Do anybody still say that? Exclusive. I'm gonna throw that at the bottom. Exclusive
Warren Sapp drops tonight. Scroll that at the bottom for a second. What's going on, man? Listen, man, it's Friday. I think we missed like 2-3 days of the Morning Breath Show. I'm D. We about to talk about everything from $20,000 Bitcoin to ball. I got some people coming in here with me, man, in the back room. I'm gonna bring them in here in a second. That was just a sneak preview of Big Warren Sapp, man. He just dropped tonight for the members, man. Early release for the members tonight. As y'all know, we've been doing things a little different, trying to find our way, figure this stuff out. But let everybody get filed into here, man. Get this thing going the right way. Like, get this thing started like the Morning Breath Show started. Like, that's not really how the Morning Breath Show started. That was just a bone I threw y'all.
Definitely do have a chance.
Welcome to South Florida. Yeah. Welcome to South Florida. Welcome to South Florida. Welcome to South Florida.
When you on the field, is it pregame? Like, is it ever? Are you ever afraid? Does you ever feel fear, or do you ever feel pressure?
Nervous.
You ever feel pressure?
Not one bit.
None of that.
No.
Who's been your tough defender? Like, who's guarded you the tough?
Yeah, who's the tough player?
I don't see nobody.
I knew this.
Nobody.
Man. He was gonna give it the damn hood.
That's what I'm for. I'm a playmaker. I love receiving. I love to catch the ball. I love to go over people's head.
Yeah.
You know, so I just gotta do what I do.
University of Miami. They land you, and then they land the number one. We call him Footballville number one player in the nation, James Williams.
Yeah.
Both playing the same position, right? How do you envision that working? Are they telling you how that's gonna work, or?
Well, I feel like me and James two different safeties.
Uh-huh.
And I'm more of the ball hogging safety. He's more of the rangy playing, like you couldn't say like in the box, but like a striker position, strong safety.
Right.
And I'm more of the free safety. So I already know in practice that's gonna just build great competition. And when the game comes, it's gonna be easy.
Guess what's
Because I
up?
know we go hand in hand because it's like we're the same person.
Right.
So he has like his strengths and weaknesses, and I have my strengths and weaknesses. And we're gonna he can feed off of me, learn how to, I guess, be more of the free safety, and I can learn off of him, be more of like a closer to the box safety.
Right.
So I feel like we just gonna make each other better.
Yeah, James played free safety. He wanted to play free safety, and he was big on that. But James don't never be back at free safety. James be close to the line, the linebacker sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
that's his.
That's just him
yeah.
helping his team win.
That's his chess. Yeah, that's him playing chess with the team. I totally
Yeah.
get. I covered James since he was that big, bro. I've known him all his life.
I just feel like every time it's just man on man. If he wins the battle, then that goes to play. He doesn't break on the run, or if this person like doesn't take that step, or certain things. It just, I feel like you beat your man every play,
Right.
you got the best chance to stop any team, or vice versa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5-star. Lean loyalty. 6'12", 276 pounds.
Yeah. After that, I just started going crazy. Tackles after tackle.
Yeah, the first play was like a tackle for loss, like 6.
Yeah.
No, they didn't touch you. Like,
Yeah, like they did.
explain to me, dog. Like, what is that about? Like, how do they not? You 6'5", 300 pounds. Is it something? Is it a swim move? Is something you do? Like, they don't see you? You're teleporting? What's going on?
I'm too fast for it.
They don't realize you that fast when the game starts. Like.
I'm gonna be the best player on the field. Like, I just gotta show the world, like, I'm the true 50. I'm the next 56 up. The next. I'm gonna just go crazy this year. Like, show people, like, wow, at 56. Like, show them, like, I want to take care of my mom. I want to put in a big house, stupid cars, big pool in the backyard. Put on for my brothers, my nieces and nephews, like, coaches. I think all of them boys for, like, having me here at this, like, position that I'm in now, because, like, it took hard work and dedication. Without all of them to guide me in the right path, I wouldn't be here today. So I think all of them for, like, helping me out. Like, yeah.
It's gonna take 3 motherfucking days, and that's what this nigga shit.
Big time players step up in big game. All the criticize and all that, it's over, baby. Big time players step up in big game.
What's good, man? We back up in this thing. Woo, it's Friday. Golden State the champs. Can't talk about Curry light skin dude, but Boston light skin dude laid down, dog. He kind of went into a shell. He young kid. He got some time to grow. But that was his lump he took on top of his head. he took a lump on top of his head. Mr. Tatum. I got a Tatum rookie card over here somewhere. Let me see my Tatum rookie card. Got a Tatum rookie card in here somewhere. These used to be in alphabetical order. I got a Bron. Then I got my 2 $600 Zion Nelson cards. Does he even play basketball anymore, dog? Oh my God. Got a Lonzo Ball, another light-skinned brother. I got Tatum in here somewhere. He got time, man. He in here somewhere. Thought I just gonna go in here and pull him out like, voila, they gonna Tatum. So listen, in the back, man, I got my boy Rich back there, my NFT expert Rich. And also in the back, I got another light-skinned brother. Coach Hayes. What's going on, man? 786-459-499. Y'all want to get down with IOD Squad, man. Tonight, for the members, we'll drop the Warren Sapp. You want to become a member, man. The link is in the description. Actually, not in the description. If you want to become a member, dog. If you want to become a member, I'm going to show you how to become a member. If you want to become a member, here we go. I seem to think that this works better than anything. If you want to become a member, right here, you click right here. Oh gosh, this would happen now. You click right here. You click right there. See what I say? Footballville Nation. Blah blah. Make this big. Footballville Nation right here. You click the icon, right? You go to where it say my subscribers at. You click. You go there. Hope I don't show y'all none of y'all ain't got no business seeing. And then you go to join. Bam, right there. It takes you here. You want to become a member. You go to join. Get the little join message, blah, blah, blah. And you pick a level you want to be. Also, I'll put it in the description for you. I'll put it in the description for you on the live videos because it doesn't automatically go on my live videos. So I'm putting in the description for you if you want to become a member. But that drops tonight, man. I interview with Warren Sapp 5. If you didn't see it, we just gave a sneak preview at the beginning. He's talking about how he couldn't come in, how when Manny Diaz was here, he couldn't come in and watch practice. And I didn't know that applied to him. I honestly didn't. I did not know that applied to him. But I was thinking, okay, he's I thought maybe the Hall of Famers, Ed Reed, Warren Sapp. I figured those guys would have been able to, yeah, they got all out access. Like he's a Hall of Famer that went to the school. Like that's didn't really understand that. But he just confirmed, if y'all just got in here, he just confirmed no. Even he couldn't come in when Manny Diaz was here, and that's how bad it had gotten. So listen, that's in the description. You want to join us in the description. You want to be a part of IOD Squad. That's also in the description. Let me see. I just added that. Boom. Save. But that'll drop tonight. When the show over for the members, that'll be in the community, in the member section. That'll drop tonight. So I'm going to bring my boy Hayes in here. And I
my
got
man.
Richard.
Excuse me.
What's
when
up?
You refer to me, you must refer to me as Sheikh. Sheikh. Hayes.
Sheikh. What's Sheikh about, dog?
Like you coughing up. Sheikh.
What's that about?
See, in America, we used to call him the Sheik, but it's not like the Iron Sheik. But I went to Dubai and I found out my mother, sister, cousin on my super grandmama side that I am a sheikh. A sheikh.
And what does that mean?
That means I wear the white dress like thing. I forgot what it's called.
Dress like thing.
Everybody
said it's dress like thing.
Yeah. And I don't play them games. I'm just letting you know. I'm a sheikh.
Dubai King. My boy Rich in here.
Rich in the building. What's up, Rich?
What's up? What's going on, Coach Hayes?
I'm chilling, brother. Long time no see, man.
Yeah, man. I've been waiting on those WREs, man.
Man, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm back in the lab right now. They're gonna be popping off like hotcakes, man. But I had to go get on a plane, man. I've been to Aruba, been to Dubai, so I'm done with that. Vacation's done.
Okay.
We'll be back on the map, cuz.
How long is that
flight?
What's
up.
Say what now?
How long is that flight?
Let me tell y'all something. If you ever want to torture somebody, put them on the plane to Dubai, bro. Look, it was 14 hours straight there, right?
Woo.
Here go the funny thing. That was 14 hours straight there from Orlando to Dubai. Coming back is 15 hours because of the headwind. And that got us to Boston in a 6-hour layover from Boston. And then it was a 3-hour flight from Boston here. So check this out. We got on the plane. When I got up that morning at 5:30, because they 8 hours ahead, they was at halftime of the not the game just passed, but the game before was halftime. I didn't land in Orlando until midnight the next day. Bruh. If you want to torture somebody, put them on them planes, boy. That's straight A, boy. Woo. But anyway, it is what it is. I'm going to say this, man. You know, it was a great experience. You know, I've traveled a lot, man. Been a lot of places, Amsterdam, that kind of stuff. And it's great to go and see. And I've been there, done that. I'll just put it to you like that. No, the streets ain't paved in gold. No, your taxi ain't a Lamborghini. I don't know why, everybody, your taxi cab is a Bentley. No, it ain't like that. You know what I mean? it's a mixture of all. Like to me, when I went over there, it was a mixture of it has buildings of New York City. It has kind of the feel of Miami, depending on where you are, because they built that Palm City. So it's kind of got like a Miami Beach feel in that section. And then it's got a kind of like a LA vibe. You know what I mean? Everybody ain't walking around with the head coverings and all that stuff. I mean, it's some stuff showing over there too. So, they built it up for tourism. No, I'm just saying, like the women, they got mini skirts on and they got breasts hanging out, and like it's not like what you think. Yeah, see, a lot of people think everybody dressed up and you got to be real conservative, and nah, it ain't like that. Now they do have that. Like if you go into one of the mosques, the women have to wear the headdress and all that stuff. The jihad, I think it's called. But for the most part, man, look, they got cigar bars, all kind of stuff, man. They got them standing out there, so it's going down. You know what I'm saying?
He said it's going down. No,
I heard there's no PDA over there though.
No,
I heard like if you a husband and wife or whatever, or a couple in general, you can't do like PDA, like kiss in public or some shit like that.
That may be for the locals. That may be for the people in the golly, what is it called? Condor, whatever the white, when you see them in the world white, maybe that's something for them. But for locals, man, look here. I seen buddies taking them up out the bar, if you understand what I'm saying. So, we in the club, they hugging and kissing, so they understand you bringing in other cultures. You know what I mean? Right. They're not gonna beat you across the head because you coming from them, So it's what it is.
Yeah, I had a friend girl that grew up here but lived over there, and she was just like, the crime is like, she was like, she could leave her laptop at McDonald's and come back and get it tomorrow, like, and nobody would touch it.
Bro, can I tell you this? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
She just was saying that she felt a lot safer over there. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of times we assume that it's the opposite.
Yeah. So I had to say this, bro. I was there for 6 days and I saw 2 police officers. 2.
Damn.
I saw 2 police officers. One dude, he was getting in his car, and the other dude, he was driving by. And I didn't even know it was a police car. They got like green and white Jeeps. It don't look like our police cars, but I saw 2 police officers and really only saw one drive by. So I don't know what now, again, it's like anything else, right? They're going to protect the tourist spots, right? Just like here in Orlando. You ain't going to go on our drive with that foolishness, right? Now you go over there in Pine Hills and act up, or like at the crib, right? They ain't, South Beach still has crime, but it ain't going to be like if you went across the bridge. You know what I mean? So I guarantee they got crime areas, because I went in the hood too. Coach got pictures. I went in the hood too. You know what I mean? So
you was in the hood looking for, dog. What you was in the hood looking for?
Man, I was to go see my people, dog, because I'm a chef. I'm a chef.
What you was in the hood looking for, doggy? Huh?
Nah, hey man, I was trying to see where my people was at, dog. I let them know Kohei's in the building. But here go the funny thing, right? They got like a flea market type deal. And they're like anywhere else. But here the funny thing, everybody sell. Okay, remember the flea, right? Carol City Flea, right? 183rd Street Flea. Mm-hmm. Imagine if you walk into that flea market and every booth sold exactly the same thing.
What you mean?
No, literally. We went into this thing, like the little market. They call them a souk. S-O-U-K is like a souk is like a market.
Uh-huh.
And when you walk in, they selling the scarves and the dresses and all. But literally, everybody's selling the same thing, that and spices. That's it. Like in that little one area. They all got the same scarves, the same spices. Bro, you literally, I go from here, take just like the flea. Now you got the booth set up, and you go to the next booth, like you walk through. Right. You want to try this? And they gonna always say, you look like what dude? I went from Nelson Mandela to Barack Obama to LeBron James.
Nelson Mandela, dog.
I like, dang, boy, I seen. Yeah, dog. So, everybody got to hustle. And everybody the same, everybody trying to get $1. And it's expensive too, bro. Like you ain't gonna get no deal, dog. Like they don't get no tap water. You gotta buy the water over there, bro.
Everybody say Nelson Mandela.
Mm-hmm. I say Nelson Mandela. Say, hold up, man. But I was cool with it though. But no, it was a great experience. Kind kind of like Amsterdam, been there, done that. I don't really have to go back. You know, they built up a lot of stuff. It's only been like that for 30 years. For 35 years, they've started that construction. And my cousin, Sheikh Muhammad, he's the one who kind of in charge. He in charge. And what he did, which was smart, when they discovered the oil there, his mindset was, what do we do if the oil dries up or when it dries up? So his mindset was create a tourism trap. So now, while the oil is still there and people are coming, you can double up on your money. Once the oil dries up, nobody else has a need for you, right? So now you create a tourist deal. You know what I mean? I mean, I learned a lot. You know, like it's funny. Everything is built on the desert. Here go the wildest part. I'm gonna leave this on. You go ahead. So they got the tallest building in the world. It's called a Burj Khalifa. It's a half a mile tall. So it's like 2,500 some feet, something like that. And we was up on like when I did that little quick live video, it was like on the 153rd floor or something like that. Bro, you believe that all of those buildings are built on water?
What do you mean?
Okay, so when we build buildings, right? We build them like when you look at New York, they got the tall buildings because there's what they call, bedrock. So when they build the buildings, they anchor them into bedrock. In Dubai, it's nothing but sand out there. So in order to keep the buildings stable, they basically build them on water. Like they pump the water into it to make it level to keep the pressure because it's just soft sand. It's crazy, bro. That's weird. Engineering, you know what I mean?
That's crazy.
And so they built a bunch of buildings, but it's cool, man. It's a great. If you get an opportunity to go.
They built a bunch of buildings. They built a bunch of buildings.
Nah,
Listen, man, it's like Friday, man.
Everything.
None of us ain't got no life, dog. Like Friday night, you know what I'm saying? I thought it was gonna be hard to find somebody to get in and go on live with me, man. It's only like my second time this week.
Hey, do me a favor, dog. Take that HS Mitchell off my dog. I can't see my dog face, man. He over there looking like a gamer, dog. Like he on Twitch.
I know you got to move it to the other side.
HS Mitchell. Let me see. Let's see if I can get that out your way, dog.
Mitchell, what's up, man? I ain't really know. You must have changed your name, man. Mitchell, what's happening with you?
Check this out. I'm putting the link in the comment section right now for recruiting classes, man. Basically, man, Mama Kelly, Nigel Kelly mom, man, she goes live. I think we got it down to 2 times a week. And she talks about recruiting different aspects, NIL, how to raise an athlete. And you can go check it out, man. It's like $5. You go watch her, listen to her talk live, man. And it's if you got a kid that's in the game or you got a kid that's coming up and you want to, know about the recruiting game and what has changed. What are these coaches saying about the NILs when you go on a visit? She just went through it. She did a lot of studying on it. She's writing a book on it. So we just started putting some courses together, man. It's on Facebook, and I think she's done maybe 6 classes on it. You can go watch them all. You can go back and watch them all. That's a link right there, man. So go check us out, facebook.com/Footballville. Go see what Miss Najee Kelly mom got to say, dog.
That's awesome, bro.
She on her recruiting thing, though. Yeah. Nah, she on her.
Very knowledgeable woman.
Yeah. I just one of them one time. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say she's a very knowledgeable person, and you even see it at Najee Kelly's signing day when she had the Najee Kelly trading cards and the merchandise and stuff like that. So she understands NIL. She understands the recruiting process. So definitely check out. The link is in the chat.
It's
like
Stewart
right said.
Now.
So definitely check out.
It's like 45 minutes. I mean, she passionate about it too, but she sit there and she talk, man. But you gotta understand, she just went through the process, right? So she just went through the process, and the process is changing right now. So think about it. Like, there's no experts. Like, there's no experts to kind of steer you through some of the stuff that she just experienced. Because it's all going, it's all real time. You know what I'm saying? This recruiting game is changing. College football is changing. I mean, the way we're looking at things is going to have to change. Yeah, so go check this out, man. That's on Facebook, facebook.com/Footballville. Hey, Rich, man, what's up, bro? Listen, man, Jaden Rashada comes down, visits University of Miami, comes out and pushes his date back, I think, to the 26th of June. Like I was saying in the member section, he was the quarterback for the Immortals as they went over to overtime. So he was in there with Robbie Washington, Bobby Washington, Jaylen Brown. You know what I'm saying? Them kids, University of Miami commits, not Jaylen Brown, but the other two, for like a week in Vegas. Man, I'm sure they was working on them. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure kids recruit kids. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure they was working on them. Yeah. Did you ever? So Hayes, you checked out? You ever checked out Rashada film? You didn't do a WRE on Rashada, right?
I haven't posted it yet, but I got it in the vault. So yeah,
Oh,
I got to edit it. Yeah, I got to edit it up and all that. Okay. All right.
I know he's not 6'6" like Lama Leva. That kid, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, him and I'm hearing that Miami have maybe made a nice little push at the end. In the comment section, man, y'all let me know, man. How do you guys feel about Rashada? Because Miami just put the full court press on him, man. You know what I'm saying? And he may be in the fold we're hearing. So let me know in the comment section, man. How y'all feel about Rashada? DJ, what's going on, DJ Medi? What's up, bro? I mean, Cal, they turned the deserts into irrigated land. Oh, Cal is still talking about Dubai.
Trying to tell you. Oh, somebody said they don't have sewers. And that's true, man. Listen, they dump 15 tons of wastewater every day. They bring in a load of these orange trucks and they dump. Like they're not tied to the sewer system. That's
really
crazy. So so 15, like a bunch of these not dump trucks, but the waste trucks come every day and dump the sewage every day.
What are they
dumping? Now where it go, I have no idea.
Oh man, you thought Garbage Man had it bad. Yeah. He'd be like, man, the club is what you do for a living? The shit, man. Huh?
It is.
What?
I'm the
shit, man. I gotta go work in the morning, man.
I'm the shit, man.
Damn, that's rough, boy. What dog job name, man? What is job? What is job title?
Shit, man.
I'm trying to shit truck. Yeah, man. I'm the shit truck.
I'm the shit sucker. Every day.
Yeah, you trying to run that shit truck. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, all right. I'll talk to you later. I was watching Housewives of Dubai. Something like that. My girl was in there watching the other day, man. Housewives of Dubai. Something crazy like that. So listen, bro, we've been talking lately. We've been talking for a long time about us putting together our own recruiting system. We ain't gonna call it a star system because it's not a star system. And I'll be honest with you, we've gotten started. Putting it on paper. We got a couple kids rated, and we're just trying to get it down packed and all the nuances that go with it. Very hard thing to do, Rich and Hayes. It's a very, very hard thing to do because when you start getting down to the nitty gritty of the thing, you start realizing like, okay, this kid can do this, that, but maybe not this. This one can do this, that, but maybe not this. And then now you're like, so who is you know what I'm saying? Who is a alien? And it gets kind of, it gets to the point where it's just like, okay, this is our rating system. This is what we went off of, and wherever you fall is where you fall. And to be honest with you, I don't think there's right answers to ranking people. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's a right answer. I think the people who gets ranked high like it, and the people Under them, question it. Basically, that's what I came up with. But I think I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that from my standpoint, from the things that I've seen, especially for the Dade County Broward kids, you know what I'm saying, watching them for so long, we're going to have to add. We're going off our own eye test for the most part. Then we're going to add some social media stuff in there with the kid marketing stuff in there, and it's going to be what it's going to be. Hayes and Rich. It's going to be what it's going to be. It's going to be what it's going to be.
That's it.
And it's going to spark some conversations. It's going to spark some comparisons. But that's the whole purpose of it. That's the whole purpose of it. Hey, you ever thought about ranking kids, or you ever went down that road before?
Yeah, well, I know we kind of talked a little bit earlier, and I'm already in that process. As I do these WREs, you know, I always realize that you got to evolve, right? Because stuff get old and stagnant. So that's actually part of, I know Rich was talking about with the WREs, but that was also part of coming into this class of 23s, let some of these kids commit, you know what I mean? And then start doing some things. And it's funny you bring that up about the ranking. I'm just going to call it a star system. I don't really like it, but I was thinking coming up with something different myself. But I've always said this. Here's my thing about rankings. It may not be what everybody understands or may like rather, but if the rules are consistent, then it is what it is. And the thing I've realized about ranking systems, you got to take your emotion out of it. I know that, especially at being from the crib, we got a bias, right? We got a bias against maybe sometime the smaller dude because we know he playing dogs every week versus the cat that's in Iowa that's 6'4" playing against a bunch of poor little Timmies. You see what I'm saying? So we like, man, the shorter dude playing down here is better than the bigger dude playing up there. And so the thing about rankings, two things have to happen. You have to lay out what your parameters and criteria is for those rankings, and stay consistent. Once you do that, right? And once you do that, then let the chips fall where they may. Some people may not like it, but you were consistent and you already let them know what the rules were, and that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Coach, I have to say, so if Street made a ranking and then Coach Hayes made a ranking, I would expect something different from each of y'all rankings.
Right.
So for Street, I would want more so a guy who, because Street is doing the interview with the kids and so on and so forth. So there's that connection. So he kind of understands the psychology of the kid too. You know what I'm saying? May know their background, may know the family structure. So I'm looking for the kid who will succeed at the next level from Street, right? But from Hayes, if Coach Hayes is a coach, right? You coach kids back in the day. You coach kids down in the crib. I would be looking for more so like you analyze a kid's game and you be like, okay, these are the measurables or the things that they need in order to make it to the league. And the least things that they need, the higher they are as far as a ranking is concerned. But if they need more things and more things to fall into their favor, maybe they're ranked a little bit lower. Because from that perspective, I'll be able to understand like, okay, Coach Hayes is a coach, and just based on, he's right, based on these criteria and these things going right, this is how this kid gets to the league. And if you have less things, if you have somebody who just is an alien, who don't need much, all he need to do is stay out of trouble. You know what I'm saying? Then of course I'm gonna expect that kid to be a higher ranked kid as opposed to somebody who, needs to be in a certain scheme, in a certain offense. Maybe they don't know the whole route tree, So they need great coaching at the next level, and so on and so forth. So.
Yeah, I agree. And like I said, I mean, me personally, I'm a very black and white person, right? Like, I'm a math and science guy. 2 + 2 is 4. You know what I mean? It's not 3.9, it ain't 4.1. And that's how I look at a lot of things in this in life and even in this game. And to your point, you have a very valid point, right? What my whole intent when I even started this whole channel was I wanted to give people the perspective from a coach perspective, meaning when I do the WREs, it's so hard for me to, like, people may ask questions about a particular recruit, right? But a lot of times I can't answer because I have not done their WRE video. I intentionally don't watch their videos because when I do the WRE videos, my intent is to give it that first reaction as if a recruiting coach sees it for the first time. So I don't get up there and study it. And so there are times in the video, I go back and watch my video and be like, dang, I missed that. Right?
Right.
You know, I missed a certain thing. I catch a lot of it because I've been doing a long time. But there are times where I may miss a particular thing because I may be making a comment and the video is playing and so forth. And so the only thing I look at is how long the video is. Kind of, I know that I'm only going to do about 5 minutes. So I'll skip the 5 minutes. I'm sorry. I'll skip the 5 minutes just to know what that play is so I know to cut it off. Because some of these guys have 12-minute highlights. But I don't look at them prior to because my whole intent was to give the fans of these particular players or school, what does it look like when a coach sits in the film room and pops it on for the first time? Is it good enough for him to look at it again? Because remember, I'm looking at 4 or 5 minutes. These coaches are looking at 45 seconds.
Right.
If it ain't enough to say, whoa, they're going to the next. Because like I said, we was at FIU. We did 100 kids a day.
Really?
As a staff. Yeah,
Wow.
you put them on.
Yeah.
Look how many kids there are. And now with the power of huddle and recruiting, you now can have a national net versus a regional net where you used to have to get videotapes in. You know what I'm saying? I go back to VCR tape. When I first started coaching, you used to have to put the VCR tape on the Greyhound because it got there faster than the U.S. mail. I know that sounds crazy. But like we go play a popka. No, I'm saying, but we played a popka. Think about it. We play Friday night. We play Saturday night in Miami. Or Friday night in Miami. We put it on Greyhound Saturday morning. It'll be in a popka by Saturday afternoon. Versus you put it in the mail, the weekend here, they don't get it till Monday. So, or you meet a coach halfway at a McDonald's and trade tape. So now it's so much easier to get access to this stuff. So yeah. But and for me on a grading system, I'm looking at it, like you say, from a coach's eyes. There's 3 things coaches can't coach: size, speed, and effort. You can't coach those things. I can't make you 6'5" if you're 6 foot. And there's no drill to make you 6'5" unless I tie you to a horse. Right?
Right.
I can't make you faster. And when I say faster, I'm not talking about maybe more efficient in your running. I'm not going to make a 5 flat receiver a 4-3 guy. That's not going to happen. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And your effort, as many drills as I do and all of that stuff and try to build a culture, at some point, it's still a you moment. There's nothing I can do to make that better. You have to make up your mind as an individual that you're going to give the effort. So that's why when coaches come in, first thing they say is, how big is he, coach? How fast does he run? Coach, he get after the ball, he get after it. They ask those 3 questions every time they come in because they don't want to coach something that they don't have.
Right.
So that's how I look at it when I do. If I was to do rankings, like I said, I'm gonna rank those 3 things. Do they check the boxes for height based on the position? Do they check the box for speed based on the position? Do they check the box for effort based on all positions, right? Except maybe your quarterback, right? You know, you throw the ball, what is he doing? But again, he can still show you things. You know, he may run the ball get turned back. Is he going to lead the block down the field? So forth and so on. Then my other thing is the intangibles. And when I said intangibles, I saw somebody put up there. Yeah, there are intangibles, but in coaching, meaning, you know, like you say, those effort plays, right? Getting to the football, making a tackle, stripping at the football if you're a defensive player, those type of deals. You know what I mean? And then fundamentals and technique would be the fifth category. Are they just bigger and better than all of their opponents, and they don't have any technique? They just running through a guy, or do they look like a Bane who's coming off, flipping his hips, swinging, coming through with the rip technique, using the long arm? He's using a bunch of techniques in his deal. Is he the first one off the ball on the snap? Is he punching this guy out at defensive line? Those are the things I'll be measuring if I had to do my ranking system, which we'll do. Not just making a play, because you can make a tackle and still be 100% wrong.
Yeah. Remember we went over McLeod's actual tape from high school. And he had a couple hard hits, and he's a big guy and wild people, but remember when you was down here in Miami, when you really get to looking at it, you start saying to yourself, wait a minute, you know what I'm saying? He's just more athletic than everybody. But the problem when he goes to college, them dudes are fundamentally sound in technique. They know how to take the right angle, the right step. They know the angle to cut him off. You know what I mean? And you gotta remember, it's high school. When Zach McLeod, they didn't already crap their pants before he got off the bus. So most of them don't even want to hit him.
Right. That's true. Right. And when you say more athletic, it has a lot to do with region. I mean, because more athletic in Gainesville, Florida, or Valdosta, Georgia, means something way different than more athletic in Tampa or more athletic in South Florida. It just means something different.
Sure does.
So more athletic might be he runs a 4.7.
Yeah. Right. And again, right, when you look at tape, believe it or not, when you look at film from a coach's perspective, you can tell if a kid is fast, and you can tell if he's just faster than the opponents. Right? So just because you're faster than your opponent doesn't mean you're fast. Like you said, you're just faster than the competition. Like, you watch enough tape, you know what speed looks like when a kid open up versus a kid that's just faster than poor little Timmy out there chasing him.
Poor little Timmy. Poor little Timmy. No, bro, it took me a while. It took me a while to be confident enough, you know what I'm saying? Because you was a coach. I've never coached anywhere. I sat out there in the hot sun for years and years and years, watched football my whole life, sat out there in the hot sun for years and years and years with a camera and watched these kids and recorded them and realized that I was able to see something. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to really verbalize it, you know what I'm saying, the way a coach would verbalize it and talk all this coach speak. I was able to see it's almost like I got a database in my head. So I could see you, Keith Brown, and then I could see Rashad. And it's almost as that I can gauge, I can see you, Keith Brown, come around, you know what I'm saying, on the end and around, or then Rashad on the end and around. And it's almost like a computer in my head. I can gauge by comparing them two together, watching a Duke Johnson, knowing what the tops look like, you know what I'm saying? Knowing what the top looked like, knowing what a kid looked like that went and didn't make it, knowing what the Jeff Thomas looked like. And it's like almost like in my head, I can compare and say, hey, listen, man, Elijah Moore, y'all are wrong about Elijah Moore. Or listen, man, it's another one I was just thinking about where people they wasn't sure, like Battle, trying to tell University of Miami, hey, I know you guys like Tyreek Stevenson, but this Battle kid who dad really wants him to go to Miami, Tyreek may be more dynamic, he runs back punts and do all these things, but if we're talking about playing, you know what I'm saying, on the field, whatever they were, DB stars or whatever they were, this Battle kid isn't far at all. Mm-mm. Then he has a run in the playoffs and goes from Ohio State to Alabama. And now we know what Battle at Alabama turned into. It's something I can see, bro. I mean, it's just something I can see, and it comes from putting in hours. It comes from putting in hours, an hour after hour, an hour after hour. and then having confidence. So like a lot of times, like I got into it with a guy one night, and he was saying Miami didn't have any NFL players on their team right now. These guys have to prove themselves. He was like, no first rounders, I think he said. No first round or second round. It was something like that. Nobody has proved themselves yet. And the light bulb went off in my head. I was like, James Williams proved himself to me when he was 12. 13, 14. You know what I'm saying? I know. You know what I'm saying? He proved himself to me then. And that's so coming into college, I say, man, listen, man, James Williams is a third round, second round draft pick. I don't know, dog. You got to get acclimated to the college game. All right, listen, man. I know who he is.
Yeah.
College football may do something else with him. Many of them may do something else with him, and he turns into Powerpuff or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They don't develop him. He turns or he gets there, and like Tracy Howard said, by the second year, hey, listen, I was partying at the losses too. You know what I'm saying? That could happen. That could happen to him. You know what I'm saying? But I know who he was going in, and that's what I stand on. You know what I'm saying? I think I've seen so many walk past me. I just believe what I'm looking at. You know, and couple that with a system that we put in place. We got a point system, and we're gonna rank the kids, and we're gonna put them in the point system, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be. But it should be a fun thing. It's gonna be a fun thing for us. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Streeter. So you make a bunch of valid points, right?
Uh-huh.
And the biggest thing you just said was time. You spent time, and every kid you saw goes to your subconscious, right?
Right.
And now that's how you build your comparisons, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee that computer in your head didn't go off the very first time you walked out there on the field, because you were building your database of players and what you saw, the abilities, what the competition, all of that stuff plays a point. And so that's the same thing what happens with coaching over time. You've always told me, Hayes, you ain't the same coach you was first 5 years you were the last 5 years. Exactly. And you're 100% right because of time. Time creates wisdom. And, you know, like you said, you haven't coached anything, but you've been around it. You kind of like the DJ Khaled of music. He don't play an instrument, but he has the ear for it, right? But he has the ear. He knows what a hit is. When he hears it, as corny as he may be, another one. And they're all dancing in your videos, but he is a hit maker.
That's a good one. Right. That's a good one.
So you the DJ Khaled.
That's a good analogy.
The P. Diddy, DJ Khaled up there. They don't play instruments, but they have the ear for a hit. Now, let me go back to explain why we have so many misses in college. Why there are so many misses on these college staffs. And I've always said this, let's go back to Manny's staff. They're so young. They don't have enough time on task. Meaning they haven't seen enough players. And this is back to Luke's point, the yellow bus boys.
Right.
If you were a yellow bus boy, meaning a coach that coached high school football, you understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You've been around. You've seen enough Little Timmy's walk through the building, and then you've seen enough Roscoe Parishes, right? Undersized, but a dog. A Rashada Smith might be 5'10", but a dog, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens to you. You start seeing those cats. I remember taking myself, Coach Dunn, taking Antonio Brown to Miami. Roscoe was just leaving out, and we saying, hey, y'all, I'm going to leave the coach nameless because I really don't think it's his fault. But I'm saying, hey, y'all, we got one here. What y'all call him, alien? We got one.
Yeah. got one.
You know what they say? Coach, he too small, Coach. He too small, Coach. But again, me knowing what he is, right? What he can do, that coach couldn't. He trusted what we were saying, but he couldn't take him to the higher ups. And through that experience right there, I already knew what was happening with Manny Diaz's staff.
Right.
Because, again, my time on task. My first year coach, I'd have been lost. Like, well, why don't y'all see it? Because, go back to this. When you are a college coach, and you start your career college coaching, and it's early in your career, guess what you've seen? Guess what Manny Diaz has seen his entire college career? You know what he's seen?
What?
Only elite-looking athletes. He started at Florida State. All he knows is super athletes, right? Remember, he comes in under the Mickey Andrews, Bobby Bowden era. So all he knows is everybody has to be 6'5", blah, blah, blah. They have to check all the boxes in order for them to be good, because he was at that time at a very good program. So now when you get a Banda, a Packy, they don't know what a gangster looks like that don't check all the boxes. So that's how you miss out on a Yul Keith Brown.
Right.
That's how you miss out on a cat that may be a little a Tutu Atwell. That's how you miss out on them dudes. But then let's flip it now to Charlie Strong. Been around a long time. He probably missed out on a lot too early in his career. But he been around. What does he do? I'm going to go get Teddy Bridgewater, the head of the snake. Then I'm going to go get an Eli Rogers. Then I'm going to get a Bam from New Orleans. The line. See, he understood I don't have to have the biggest and the strongest in order to dominate this stuff. And that comes with time. That's back to my point. So to everything that you said, Streeter, I just want to kind of lay out why colleges miss out. And you saying, I ain't never coached. And I know this dude a baller because you have more time than they have. Matter of fact, how long you been doing Footballville?
Yeah, started Footballville 2012, something like that.
Okay, that's 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Packy been coaching 10 years. I'm not knocking. I'm just saying how much time.
True.
I don't think Banda been coaching 10 years.
Right. And that's why those guys is like, you know, they see a wide receiver who runs a 4.3 on the field, and instead of looking at the tape and saying, look, this is what my eyeballs see, they go ahead and look at a sheet of paper that Manny gave them, and they say to the coach, Manny said he got to be 6'3". He's just reading off the paper.
It's called a prospect sheet. And we all get
right.
it. I got them in that book right back here. I got a book with that same thing in it. That is ideally what you want. But again, there are guys who don't always fit in that box. And you have to be, that's why Nick Saban, Jimbo Fisher, Kirby Smart, if you look at those people coming off of that tree, even a Mac Brown, you notice these older coaches ain't computer dudes. They ain't walking around with no iPad.
Nope.
No.
Because they know what talent looks like. Now, can you get off a bus with a bunch of Antonio Browns and Roscoe Parishes? No, I get it. But there are difference makers out there. There are difference makers.
Remember,
in my opinion,
go ahead, Rich.
I just wanted to say, in my opinion, that's the beauty of football anyway. In football, you got to have different skill sets. You got to have different body types. You got to have fast guys. You got to have slow guys. You got to have big guys, small guys. You got to have leaders. You got to have some dudes who are probably not the best leaders, but you tell them what they do, and they're the best listeners. You feel me? So you got to have all that on a team in order for your team to be elite. You can't just have one size fits all mentality when it comes to building a team. Just like one of the biggest needs we need at the University of Miami is we don't have no game-breaking speed. We just don't. That's outside of O-line and D-line. That's something that we got to address. So when you look at your skill positions, you got to look at how fast these dudes are, because we don't have that. We got Jalen Knighton, but Jalen Knighton, with the workload that he has, he's not going to be you can't have him be a 15, 20 carry a game back and go tell him to catch punts and kickoffs. You can't. You're going to get that dude hurt. So you need more speed out there. Yeah, you need more speed out there.
What is Rashard?
Rashard got speed too. and he's one of those speedy cats. I don't, and maybe it was just a Manny regime thing, but have we seen him on kick and punt return as much last year?
Nope, only 12U.
12U.
I said 12U.
Yeah, only 12U, 10U, 9U. Yeah, he was deep back receive his whole life. No, but I think
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this right quick. I just looked it up. Ephraim Banda and Jonathan Packey both started coaching in 2011 as student assistants.
They weren't coaching at all, right?
Exactly. So mind you, in 2015, so 2012 to 14, Texas as a GA under Manny, this is where they met. And then Mississippi State, defensive quality control. So his first recruiting regime starts in 2016 at Miami. This is why they're missing out on all these players. Think about it. He just starts, and remember, he's just a safety coach, so he just bringing back what? This is my first gig. I can't bring in that dude. I got to bring in what Manny said I need to bring in. Right. So that's why they miss out on the tutus. That's why they miss out on the gangsters. They would have passed on to Santana Moss. Why? He was short, may have been fast, and he also didn't have a breakout season in high school because he played with Walt Frazier running the ball. I get it. Cool. But they can't project players. You don't have enough time on task. Right. And that was the issue. But I just wanted to bring that up just to kind of prove that that's what's happening in college football right now. These computer dudes are now becoming
computer dudes.
Yeah, they all computer. You know why? Because with the transition of technology, Bobby Bowden, Nick Saban, hell, even man, listen, I see Mario Cristobal rip the computer dude. I swear to God, them dudes gotta have rhinoceros skin, bro. Like, I'm telling you, I could not personally be the computer guy for a football team. Never. Because I'd have slapped Mario, dog.
What?
Listen, bro, because first of all, computers don't work when you want them to work. And as coaches, everything is timed out. So the server goes down. This doesn't, Microsoft is doing an update. Cristobal don't care about that. I mean, I done seen this dude, like the guy come in, he set up all the computer, the video, boom, boom, boom. He's sitting in the back of the room with a laptop. He don't know nothing about football. He just there for computer. And coach go to put the thing on, and now the update is coming on. You son of a blah, blah. And he just sitting there like this, typing on the computer, like he don't even listen to him, blah, blah, blah. He said, Coach, the server's down. Well, get the gut. And blah, blah. I mean, and dog ripping him, dog. I'd have said, hold up, man. Like, but all of them get it. All of them computer dudes get it. So I said that to say, now these coaches come in, they can make PowerPoint presentations. Again, I got one right here. This is what Mario Cristobal and myself, we used to. See this right here?
Yeah.
This is how we used to make plays with a stencil and a piece of paper. I keep it right here. I even had a dude had his own business card with as a stencil. What I'm saying is,
that's what's up.
This doesn't shut down. This don't have to update. But when computers came around, now you got these coaches that come in here and make PowerPoint presentations and make colors flash, and then now those guys get the jobs because they can, I can put the playbook on an iPad, and they don't know how to make things move.
It's just like business today. You got kids that they go out there and they put a pitch deck together, and they secure $1 million in funding. A pitch deck is nothing more than a PowerPoint presentation, right? And that kid could secure $1 million in funding and then blow it, as opposed to somebody who's been in business. Let's say Grandma's Cookie, she's been in business for 25 years, and she like, look, I've been in business 25 years. I put my kids through college. What else y'all need? What other proof do y'all need that I need the money to expand? And she don't get the money.
Exactly.
And then when the kid blows that $1 million, everybody's like, man, did y'all see that coming? So I'm just relating it to what you're talking about.
Yeah.
When you get Packy in there or Banda in there, with their PowerPoints, and they know how to work the server and type 35 words per minute. You know, it looks flashy.
I still don't understand
but
how people take notes on their phone. Like, that drives me nuts.
How they take notes on
Yeah.
their phone.
Bro, I still got notes right here. Look at this. I got a notebook right here, dog, with nothing but notes in it that I write. Because guess what? The battery ain't gonna die on the notebook.
That's true.
Right? The update ain't gonna wipe my phone out. Ain't gonna wipe my notebook off. Like these, like everybody. Oh, I'm gonna put that in my notes. Hey, get out of here with that crap, man. But anyway, like I say, it is what it is, man. It's a different game. You know what I mean? And everything is computer based now. The, you know, quote unquote, the algorithm. You know, does he have this? Does he meet these measurables? And you can tell when you go look at teams with players like Alabama, I keep saying this, Ohio State, right? Clemson as well. When you go look at these players, they're going to have some elite looking bodies as well, but they're going to always have some undersized dogs on that team. That's a gangster.
Every time. And you know what? To be honest with you, because I went to Clemson, and that's something that I saw Dabo mature into. Because before, when Dabo first started, I'll say his first 3 or 4 years, you didn't see him taking a lot of 2-star guys. You saw him taking guys that fit Power 5 type football. But he also had a lot of guys who came in there 1 year and then it was one and done.
Mm-hmm.
So you started to see him take the Hunter Renfrows of the world about year 3, year 4, year 5. You know, after taking a dog like Deshaun, you might need a 3-star quarterback who's going to be there for 5 years. You know what I'm saying? To run a scout team or whatever the case may be. That way, if Deshaun goes down for a game, at least you got a dude who knows the offense like the back of his hand. So when he started doing things like that, he had more success, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was trying to look for the video when Tutu Atwell came down here and we beat Louisville, and Tutu Atwell had that big game versus us. And I walk out the stadium, I was frustrated. I was live, and I was just saying that. Like, who couldn't see that? It was clear to me who Tutu Atwell was, even though he was a $105 or whatever, you know what I'm saying, 99 pounds. But it was clear to me that he was one day going to come back to Miami and do that to us. It was clear to me when he was at Northwestern. You know what I'm saying? But Miami couldn't see it that way.
Yeah, I saw him in the state championship game. And I probably mentioned this to you before, Street, but when I saw him roll out at quarterback, roll out to the right, and 2 dudes who's probably well over 100 pounds heavier than him, and they're both trying to make the tackle. They're both about to collide with this dude, small guy. And as soon as they get close to him, as that wall start closing in, he does this spin, and they tackle each other basically and fall, and he goes 75 yards for a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
And that play just stuck with me, and I was like, look, if you think that this kid cannot play football, you are out of your mind, because that move is a move that is something you don't think about, you just do. You feel me? Like, you're on the field, you just got to make a move, you make your move, and you live with it, whether it's a good or a bad move. And what he did, I was like, this is exactly why they won all those games.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. Go ahead, Hayes.
No, I was just saying, no, you're 100% right, Rich. Like, they understand. Like, I think, was it Satterfield at Louisville at the time? Was it Satterfield or was it Collins? No, Satterfield. Satterfield was the coach, I believe. You know what I mean? And he spent his time at FIU, if I'm not mistaken. He was at FIU for a little while. So they understood, like, and a lot of people don't understand that. And I've said this story before, and I just say it quick. When I was at FIU, when Ron Turner coming out the NFL, first kid I had, I was at
Jackson.
Jackson.
I wanted you to tell. Yeah.
Okay. So I beat you to it. But like I said, I'm at FIU. Ron Turner, what? Coming from the NFL, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, head coach, Chicago Bears, was there with Lovie Smith, Super Bowl, all that good stuff. Guess what? Wink, 6 foot, 205 pounds. Oh, that's Quentin Flowers coming out of Miami Jackson. That's the first kid but again, right? Watch this. I'm the low man on the totem pole. I'm just quality control. And it's, I'm just, right? So it's just what? It's an ego game. I can't come in there and say, I'm bringing in the baddest dude. So now when I go in there and say, hey, this dude here can play now. You know what I mean? Yeah, coach, because they think you don't know nothing, right? I'm like, brother, I'm in my backyard. I'm telling you, this dude could be the next Bridgewater, meaning he could be, he from Liberty City. You get him, you get 2. You get 2, you get 4. 4 get 8. Meaning you could bring it in. You could do the same, follow the same model Charlie Strong did. Go. Ron Turner says, well, coach, he too small. I said, coach, he's 6 foot. He said, but yeah, he too little. I said, but Michael Vick is 6 foot. And he got $200 million contract. Right?
Right.
And I'm saying, but what I had to tell him was, to Ron Turner's credit, I remember him calling me. He said, coach, be honest with me. What do you think we're doing? I said, coach, as long as you don't fire me, I'll tell you the truth. So he's like, no, I got you. I said, coach, you looking at FIU as if it's FSU. You want first tier looking guys who have second tier talent. When you need to get second tier looking guys who have first tier talent. Because Florida State ain't gonna touch Winky. Miami not gonna touch Winky. Nope. Florida not gonna touch Winky. But South Florida will, and they did. UCF will. They did it with Jeffrey Godfrey. Right? They're going to touch those guys. So we were given a scholarship. No, we gave a scholarship to a dude that was 6'6", 6'7" at Hollywood Hills that didn't even start for Hollywood Hills. He didn't even start. But then I'm trying to tell him about the kid from Booker T. Lord, I forget his name. When they went out there and played Bishop Gorman, and I'm like, look, this dude is locking down the number 3 defensive end in the country. They had to move the kid to the other side because he couldn't get off. My man was undersized, unnamed. I forget his name. Well, coach, he a little undersized. He literally hemming up the number 3 defensive end. And we in Texas, San Antonio. We watching this on ESPN. And he is hemming up the number 3 defensive end in the country at Bishop Gorman. And y'all talking about he too small. And we at FIU.
And this was the offensive lineman from where?
Booker T.
Booker T. Mauling people.
Bro, my man had to go to the other side. And then they switched the offensive tackle. But, of course, on defense, you can move around. Once they picked up on that, they would line them up on one side and then switch them around. You know, offensive tackle can't get up and move. So now they just doubled it. But I'm just saying, we don't want to take a chance on that kind of guy. Because like I said, he don't check all the boxes. That's tough.
Wow.
I mean,
that is tough.
Is there, dog, like, is there... Okay, so we fast forward to last year's wide receiver coach in Miami. They didn't want the shorter wide receivers, right? He's seasoned, right? Could there be a system, right? This is our system. We're trying to accomplish this. We can't accomplish this with smaller guys. Or maybe he just feels that taller guys give him a better chance to get a first down, which would in turn give him a better chance to get to get more money and get a promotion. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to understand.
Right? No, you just said it, Street, not to knock it. It is almost like if we were the mob. I'm sitting in these meetings And I used to dig my nails into my hand listening to these guys. You're 100% right, because here's what the game is. They're hedging their bet.
Yeah.
They're not willing to walk in and stand on the table for a kid and do their due diligence. Because if he doesn't work out, you brought him into the family and he's not big enough. Versus, as the head coach, they put out these prospect sheets or the what you call the sheet? The prospect sheet. All right, we want our receivers to be 6'3", blah, blah, blah. And if he's not, or let's say if you bring him in at 6'3" and he doesn't work out, well, coach, you said this is what you wanted, coach.
Right.
But if I walk in there with a 5'10" dude and he doesn't work out, now the coach like, man, you bring this little piece of in here, and he da-da-da-da-da. Then I tell you I want a 6'3", even though he signed off on it. But you're not, these coaches don't know how to do their due diligence. They don't know how to build relationships. Back to Luke and the Yellow Bus Boys. That's why I understood them. You were a GA, quality control. You never built relationships with young players, and that's now who you're recruiting. You don't know how to talk to a 16-year-old young kid. You're used to talking to 18 to 22 to 23-year-old young adults. And so now you don't know how to vet a kid. So you come in there, like I said, I seen the coach come in, he go to the black school, he throw his Jordans on. He go to white school, he keep his loafers on. Because he try to use his shoes as an icebreaker. Yeah, boy, coach got the new 4s on, boy. I'm telling you, these are the tricks. But you're not genuine. And most kids from the crib can tell when you're a BS dog. And once we find out you full of ain't nothing, man, look, we done with you.
You know what? What it really boils down to is, do you love what you do? Do you love the game? Because when you talk about Snellenberger, you talk about him wanting to come and recruit kids, you know, from every different background. It's not because you think these kids need an opportunity, so you're going to spend your time in the hood. It's because you truly love the game and you want to see it played at the highest level. And if you think like that, and just like you said, if you haven't had, you never been to a little league park in your life, but you went to the UW, you became a GA. From becoming a GA, this is the next task on my list. You're task oriented. You know, you got to understand that football is about the quantitative as well, right? It's about the human aspect of it too.
Right.
So yeah, if you ain't got connections, if you don't have people to sound off and be like, yo, this is, I know my area, I know my backyard. This is who you should be looking for when you come here to recruit. You're gonna have a tough time.
Yeah. Shout out to CWO Hurricane Logan. One second. Send some love, man. Send some love. $5. $5. Appreciate you, bro. YouTube came out with a love button or something. It's down there somewhere. I mean, where you can just donate. Because I get people all the time, man, say, bro, listen, I love what you do. How do I support? YouTube is trying their best to make it easier for people to support. They came out with a little love button down there somewhere. Right here on the screen, you're watching. This is Johnny Ford, older brother of Jamari Ford, the kid you see for the Immortals, making everybody fall. You know what I'm saying?
He fast.
Northwestern running. Johnny Ford. Quick story. I once was at a spring game and Johnny Ford was playing for Gables. Had to be a sophomore, and he was running all over Miami Norland. Hayes, hey, when did you coach? You coached at Norland, Hayes, right?
Yeah, from 2000 to 08.
Okay, no, he wasn't. He's running all over Norland. I'm standing with Arizona State recruiter. Yeah, man, we're looking at Johnny Ford, man. You out there, you're unstoppable, man. Johnny Ford is about what? 5'8", 5'9", on a good day. Stout kid, you know what I'm saying? This is a video I shot of him when he was in high school. Come from a family of, man, maybe 6, 7, 8, 9. He got like maybe 7 brothers, bro. Like, come out of Gables. The Arizona State recruiter looks at me and I say, man, you'll take Johnny Ford. I'm saying to myself, I'm assuming to myself, he's going to say, yes, we're watching it at the same time. He's unstoppable. He says he's a good high school football player. He said, but if I can't take him to my coach because he would get me fired. He said it just like that. He said, I can't
just what I said.
Yeah. He said, I can't take him to my coach because he'll get me fired. This is a learning moment for me right now. I look at him, I say, what do you mean he'll get you fired? Like, when I Miami Dogs, like, I know what he's going to do in college football. You know what I'm saying? He said, bro, listen. He said, he's a good college football player. He said, but he's not big enough. So what if he doesn't make it at running back? What else is he going to do? I started thinking. I was saying, I'm thinking to myself, run back punch, run back kickoff. Johnny Ford can do something in college football. He was like, basically, listen, bro, the option was not there. Like, he was like, the option for him to take Johnny Ford at 5'9", even though he's watching him annihilate Norland, you know what I'm saying? He was like, I can't do it. And that's when I first realized, holy shit, this is a lot more complicated than I think it is. Because you have college recruiters who, if they could pull in Cam Kitchens into Arizona State, now that Cam Kitchens name rides with him for his whole college career, and it allows him to be picked up by another school. Oh, said name is a good recruiter. So I started thinking, this is the exact game right here. Actually, that's the actual game right there. And so I started thinking, so wait a minute, are these college coaches recruiting for said school that they're at? Or are they recruiting for their own personal reasons? That's why they will walk in your school from Alabama State and say, let me see your best players. And you're looking at them like, why? You know what I'm saying? But that's why. That's why, because at the end of the day, I think there's some selfishness going on. I think the college coach is not recruiting for the logo at all times. He's recruiting to kind of maybe get lucky and build his resume. Brian Hartline, top recruit in college football. Now you got a job for the rest of your life.
Right.
Yeah.
Street, let me say something. Can you rewind that video? I'm gonna show you exactly why they don't recruit those guys. Rewind the video just a little bit, where he's getting the handoffs from the coach.
Where you want to go?
Where he was like the last minute or whatever of the video.
Right. This like the last.
No, where he was getting the handoff from the coach, like in the drills.
That was me.
That was you handing him the ball off?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I was looking at the player.
That was me handing him. I either had it on the tripod or that was his little brother handing him the ball.
Well, go to that. I'm gonna show you two reasons why. There's actually three main reasons why they don't get kids like that. And that's Arizona State, right? That's
Arizona State, though.
All right, I'm gonna show you where the pause.
I think that's his brother.
All right, I'm gonna show you where the pause. I want you to play, but I'm gonna want you to pause it for a second. All right, stop right there. You missed it, but that's all right. You get another play. Show it where he's holding the ball. There's several things that happen right there. Stop.
Mm-hmm.
Because of his height, look how big that ball is in his hand. No, I'm just showing you something. He's prone to fumble. Do you remember? You're playing against other dudes that's 22 years old. They'll strip that out of there so easy because he has more ball circumference. Like these are the equations that go into looking at players.
Right.
Right? Look at that. Look how big that ball look in his chest.
Right.
Right? So that's one. The other thing is, now how can I use him in a game today? Even if he outruns somebody, he's still not open. At 5'8", he's got to be 8 yards past a dude that's 6 foot tall.
Right.
In order to catch a ball. Like these are the things, these are the part of the equations. And to your point, like I said, it's like the mob. You can't bring a dude in like that and he don't work because he don't fit the prototypical sheet. Now, would that player go to a smaller program, maybe even our HBCUs, and be a dog? Yeah, because I had one named Willie Quinn that went to Southern, and ended up on ESPN with all kind of catches, broke Southern records, and everything, but nobody's going to take a chance on him. And here's another third reason. I hate to say this, but there are a bunch of him out there like that. It's a bunch of little dudes out there like that can do that. They're looking for a guy that's going to make a difference. It's just like receivers. Bro, a lot of receivers out there, a lot of people can catch the ball. He a dog, but if I'm a Division I player, I couldn't take him either. I have to be very honest. I couldn't take him.
Basically, he got to run a 4.3.
Here's our journey forward at FAU, real life versus Marshall.
There you go. And that's what he's going to do.
Right. Right. Here's our journey forward.
But that's a great pickup by FAU. Like that is what, but again, that's where the FIUs mess up. These kids right in your backyard, and you miss out on that kid. But that is the perfect fit, just like Winky. I don't think Winky was a Division I quarterback at the time. I get it.
Right.
But he fell to that perfect level right where he was and broke records and kept my man with a job.
Yeah, at USF.
Drunk Uncle Willie. Yeah, kept him with a job and everything else.
Yep.
Right.
He was the best quarterback USF ever had, to be honest.
Yeah. People who just getting in here, man. Shout out to King David with the $9.99. Just support Miami Hurricane YouTubers. Love the channel, D, man. We love you, big dog, man. Shout out there with the $9.99. People who just getting here. This all started from us starting at the Footballville. We got a ranking system that we're coming up with, and I'll let y'all in on a sneak preview. It's not gonna be stars. It's not gonna be checks. It ain't gonna be goddamn globes. It's gonna be like the offensive side. We're gonna have the top player will be an alien. Then we're gonna have monsters. It's gonna be like that. And the defensive side will be like gorillas, lion, and each side will have 4 different levels. The aliens will be your elite ones, your Duke Johnsons, your Dalvin Cooks. And it's gonna start in Dade County. And we're just trying to get the system down packed, everything in order. And that's how this all started. And we started talking about just players, us being able to evaluate players just by putting in hours. The hours and the time that I've sat on sidelines and watched players, I can gauge them. I can gauge them off of what I've seen, and a lot of times I'm right. It's like we're talking about Johnny Ford. Like I knew who Johnny Ford was because Johnny Ford, as a freshman, Miami Northwestern, was pulled up to the varsity, right? Playoff game, Northwestern versus Hollandale. Hollandale has 2 Division I linebackers. I forget their name. One went to Florida State and one was going to Georgia. Johnny Ford was a freshman. I had another little cousin that was a freshman that wasn't ready for that game. You know what I'm saying? He got pulled up, but he wasn't ready. Johnny Ford didn't blink an eye. Smallest dude on the field. They kicked the kickoff to him. He almost ran the motherfucker back. And those are the things that I see. You know what I'm saying? That I see. And so I can compare Johnny Ford as a freshman to Palomalu as a freshman. You get what I'm saying? And that's how I kind of, you know what I'm saying? It's because of the hours that I put in. And it's not just going to be me. We got a committee of people. But we're going to get it popping, man. And it should be fun. It should be a fun time.
Yeah.
Everybody always go to Sproles. I think, I bet you Sproles was like, if you probably knew Sproles, he probably was like a superhero or something, bro. Like he was in the locker room with Sproles. He never got hurt. He always was always the smallest dude on the field. You know what I'm saying? Rich talks about Sproles a lot. Like Spud Webbs and dudes like that, man. Those dudes are like legends, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's an outlier. I mean,
yeah, he had thighs like tanks, bro.
Not ever getting hurt, ever.
Right.
But go ahead.
But you know what, though, Streeter? Even if you look at his highlight, right? If you look at his highlight, it is showing you exactly what the D1's scared of. His highlight on here, look, even though this FAU, it does not look like his high school highlight.
That's Florida Gators right there.
But we're talking about 10-yard runs, right? I'm not knocking it. We're talking about, but if you look at his high school highlight, look at it. It's 2-yard runs. When you look at his high school highlight, watch this. He gonna get caught. I guarantee it. See, like it there. That's the difference right here. Like this is exactly what I'm saying. Where you make all these moves, but see that one step right there. And so my thing is, if that's FAU and you ain't taking it to the crib, like if you look at these highlights, they ain't no more than 20-yard, maybe 30-yard runs, and this is your highlight, and you're gonna get caught. See the difference versus you go look at somebody else. See these highlights, they look good, and they juking and jiving, but he getting caught, and they maybe 20-yard runs. They not 60, 70, 80-yard runs anymore. And that's Marshall, and that's, FAU and FIU and ULM. And that's right there is what they're scared of.
Yeah, and I gotta say, if you go
I'm willing to bet this. I'm willing to bet Johnny Ford could have played at Arizona State. What you think, Hayes?
No.
I think so.
I don't think so. You know why I don't think so?
I think this Johnny Ford, I think he could have played it. I think he could have played it.
And the only reason I say it is because remember, it's national recruiting. It's national recruiting. There you go. He fumbled right there. But I mean, on your highlight.
I thought you were going to say that the first time he fumbled. Yeah, I thought you saw that the first time.
Oh, no, I ain't see it. But look how big the ball is.
The ball is big. It is.
Check it out. A couple different things. One, I would have to say, if you compare him to Sproles ran through everybody in college. Everybody. He probably had double the numbers. So there's that. But to your point, I don't think he would have played at Arizona State because of the depth chart. So it would have been hard for him to get on the field. He probably would have been, kickoff, punt return, probably put him in the slot. But I do have to point out in his favor, looking at his stats from when he was at USF, he never fumbled.
He went to USF?
Listen, let's look at his USF highlights. Yeah, he went to USF.
I didn't know that.
First, and then I think, we got in trouble, yada, yada, yada.
Well, why you pull that? And there go another thing. You can't be a little dude and doing that. Like
smoking weed.
No, but I'm saying you can't, right? Like, I'm being honest. Trouble. You can't be a little dude. I hate to say that because, and that's for anybody.
You're talking about he's 5'5", 172. I don't think he's 5'5".
He look like he ain't no bigger than 5'7" with some cleats.
Listen, bro, before y'all watch this highlight, I'm here to tell y'all both this. No doubt in my mind, Johnny Ford could have played at Arizona State, dog. We're gonna watch this together.
Listen, no, I know, but before you click that, the reason I say that is because how your thing jump on here? I'm watching myself. But the reason I say that is it's like anything else, right? When you a guy that's already there, like you know how it is, you already there. You just made it by the skin of your teeth, and you're gonna be
right.
You gonna be a headliner for the wrong things?
Now, he's always been an asshole, though. Always. But bad attitude, again, always.
And there you go. That's another thing. If these coaches vet them properly, that's another thing that hurts you, dog. Like, damn, you ain't a six. You're not Odell Beckham, bro.
They saying he's 5'5". I don't think he's 5'5".
He looked 5'5".
Yeah, cool. Again, let's look at the depth of these runs. Like anybody runs that, right? Regardless. I could have ran that.
Now, I don't know what happened. I don't know if the other running backs got injured, but I mean, he was in there a lot as a freshman, true freshman.
Because he can fucking play. Nobody got injured.
But look at this. This is what we're talking about. But look,
dog, because he's pretty amazing, dog. He really is. You know what I'm saying?
He is. But look, great kid.
All right, now Hayes. No.
Oh, nice.
He's on the 40. Two dudes missed. Great.
Look like Tutu Atwell, don't it, Rich?
I don't know about that. Put Tutu Atwell's highlights. Go put up Tutu Atwell highlights.
No, listen, Johnny Ford is one of the most amazing players we've seen, dog.
Come on, bro.
Just watch him. I didn't think he was 5'5", though. I don't think he's 5'5". He ain't made that up.
Let me ask this. So Maurice Jones-Drew. Right. Maurice Jones-Drew is about 5'7", right? But he was 5'7", 225 pounds.
Thank you.
Is there and at the combine, Jones-Drew ran like a 4.3 at that weight. Yeah. I'm done with that comparison. There's no comparison there. Jones-Drew was a freak.
Yeah,
I mean, 225 running that.
They had those Russian records. The little one.
Pumphrey.
Yeah, Pumphrey. How big was he?
He was like real light.
He was little.
And he got to the NFL, but he stopped playing running back real quick.
Let me see. Pumphrey. That's how big he was. No, real talk, man. There's no doubt in my mind that Johnny Ford could have played at Arizona State. I maybe not further.
You know what? Like I mentioned, was 4'3" guy and 225 pounds. So probably stronger than all of the running backs we have on your roster and faster. So that's that.
Player. Yeah, this dude a ball player, dog, but I couldn't give him a scholarship.
Yeah,
I just couldn't. There's too many other kids out there. There's too many. A million kids play high school football.
Let me see how many offers. Let me see what biggest school he had.
If he runs a 4.3 at the combine, that's something different. That's a different conversation, in my opinion.
Who? If this dude ran a 4.3?
If he runs a 4.3 at the combine, which he's not, and the reason I say he's not is because he's getting caught from behind. You see it in the tape.
Yeah,
so I think that's something you look for.
You saw him
He's
getting caught from behind in one of these videos? When you saw him get
I'm
caught
looking
from
at
behind
it. Now, yeah, he's creating separation. He knows how to play receiver, right? He has soft hands. That's great. But when he goes,
his brother is a version of him. Jamari Ford, Miami Northwestern running back, is a version of him. I don't think Jamari is Johnny. You know what I'm saying? But Jamari is. I mean, he's famous for making people miss. I mean, he's same size. You know what I'm saying? Same build, big stocky kids. 5'5". He is 5'5", bro. Damn, I didn't realize he was that little. That's small.
So Coach Hayes.
Coach Hayes. That's Notre Dame. Wait, let's see this brother is Notre Dame.
Yeah.
If you come in, if you're 5'5", 175.
I'm sorry.
5'5", 175.
I can't help you.
What do you need to do if you are 5'5", 175 pounds, and you got 3 years to get to the league? What would you advise a kid to do that wants to get to the league? And they're 5'5", 175, and they run a 4.5.
Learn how to punt.
No, you better learn how to do something on the back end. Be a producer. You need to be a producer. You need to be a studio guy. You need you can't even be a commentator, dog. They got to put you in a booster seat. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm telling you how these guys look. Like, bro, you're a 5'5". Do me a favor. Type in Willie Quinn, Southern University highlight.
I know Willie Quinn. I had a bunch of little small wide receivers that year. You had a midget crew.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
he finna get caught.
Yep.
Nah.
Legs ain't long enough.
He got caught. I just saw it. I knew he was caught by the angle.
His legs ain't long enough.
I knew he was caught though, just by the angle. Man, watch this, dog. There you go, 25.
I don't think you add anything though. Like,
damn, I didn't realize Ford was 5'5".
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, he looks like.
That's a highlight.
I did not realize he was 5'5".
All right.
In college football,
5'5".
In college football, for a 5'5" dude, yes, any positive yards is a highlight.
He fat.
But check it out.
He's fat, yeah.
5'5", 205, and runs a 4.3.
He's
no,
fat.
He's 5'5" and 205. He's fat. Because Johnny Ford is exactly what the kid is, but he's so small. Johnny Ford, if you see him with his shirt off, man, he's a big, stocky kid. You know what I'm saying? But he's only 5'5".
But did you hear what I just said about?
Hey, right. He a bowling ball. Miami Flo, what's going on, bro?
Flo, what's happening with you, man? Oh, I've been on private chat the whole time. My bad. Let me go look at these comments. I ain't seen.
But you heard
King
what I said
David,
about
yes.
Jones.
I was on Zoe show earlier, man. I was supposed to be going out, but my dog Streeter called me. So
Where
guess
you
what? I had to
going?
support. Man, I'm finna go cut a rug.
Look at them uniforms, dog. Uniform nasty. You finna go dancing, dog?
Yeah, dog. You know I go two-stepping on Fridays, dog. See?
No, little dog, listen. The biggest heart, the biggest balls ever, fool. I didn't realize he was 5'5". And I shot a video on him.
Can I tell you something?
It's intangibles, man.
But can I tell you something? Cats like this, and this is where I'm gonna start blaming some of our HBCUs. HBCUs won't even touch a kid like him. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell y'all another story. Yeah, but they don't even try. Let me tell y'all a story. He coaches at Central right now. Oh my God, Jamal Sheffield. He coaches at Miami Central right now. He came in. We was coaching the All-Star game. Jamal Sheffield played for Central. I saw Jamal Sheffield, and I'm like, this dude a gangster. At that time, he had dreads. And I tell the story all the time. I watched him take the guard, drive him down, because it was a down block, and they were running the counter. Right? He swims the guard. He takes the pulling guard. Wrong arm slips inside of him and smashed the dude on the handoff. Morgan State in Baltimore or in Maryland was there. Coach Don Ely, who was the head coach, I think, at Alabama State now. I say, Coach Ely. I say, hey, this dude a gangster now. He say, Coach, he ain't big enough. Morgan State, we the Bears, and that's where we recruit Bears. That's exactly what he told me.
Willie Quinn went to where? What was school Willie Quinn
Southern.
went to?
Southern.
Okay.
Right? So I said, Coach,
that uniform nice.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Y'all see uniforms?
Yeah, that's his highlight up there.
Southern.
I can't see it. You stuck. Oh, I'm stuck. Rich is moving. No, I got Rich moving, and you stuck, Street. I can't see that.
Damn, that's something going on. You can't see that, Rich?
I can see it.
In the comment section, y'all can see the highlight?
I'll refresh my page.
Darn, that boy gone. This song was going out, dog.
Yeah, I mean, it's about the intangibles. I mean, not all small guys can't make it to the league. It's, I mean, like I say, Jones Drew, 5'7", 225 pounds. This guy he came to the combine and ran a 4.3.
Maurice, you can see it 9Ks?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Coach. Hold up. Do me a favor.
Quinn was nasty now.
Hold up, dog. Take that. No, you ain't see that crack back.
Willie Quinn was nasty now.
I put a little Timmy in this thing. Skate!
Woo! We can't even do that no more.
You can't do that.
But all I'm saying is, like, again, this is a kid right here. He could play. We see, look at that. Ooh. But he can't.
I thought Willie Quinn was
about that size, 5'5". But look at him.
He's faster than Johnny Ford too.
He way faster. That's a whole different gear.
Y'all ain't gonna be way faster than my dog Johnny Ford now. Johnny Ford, old Dade County legend. You ain't gonna be way fast. You heard Jermaine tell that Johnny Ford story.
Hold on, look how light he is.
Johnny Ford went in that defensive end and got the ball back in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And Cedric Gervin was like, "Who the fuck put Johnny?" They got the ball back. He was, "Oh yeah, Johnny, get Johnny out of there."
Go ahead, Willie. Get him, baby. So again, Johnny Ford.
Yeah, that's a whole different speed.
But two things should have happened for Johnny Ford. I'm gonna be honest. If I was his coach, I would advise him to go to a black college for two specific reasons. One, You go there, you could be the man, break records, and create a legacy, right? And two, the nurturing is going to be there for you. You telling me he a kid that's an issue? There's going to be some nurturing, and that's what's wrong. Our kids get caught up with the logo, right? Our kids get caught up because the logo. Guess what? Willie Quinn broke all the records at Southern. So every time he walk on campus at Southern, he ain't no different than Peter Warwick at Florida State. But you know what I'm saying? He the man on campus. Right now, go to UCF and see where in the world, or go to FAU and see if they got some Johnny Ford stuff around there. Like that's what our kids miss. That part where understanding the HBCU, and that's why I love what Prime doing, dog. Like Willie, look at this, dog. Go get him, baby. I mean, Willie Quinn made ESPN, dog.
Did he?
Man, yeah. I'm looking at this dude, and I'm like, I would give him a shot in the NFL.
Negative.
Just based on his speed, I would.
That's done. No, he can play CFL. He ain't gonna play no NFL. Though. Listen, let me tell you something. No NFL dude.
He was 5'5".
No, negative.
Isn't it a dude who used to play for the Dolphins? He's 5'6". He was basically a punt returner. 5'6", 170 pounds.
Who?
I forgot his name. He's still in the league. He's still in the league today.
All right, how about this? Who is it? Let's Google
he's just a returner though.
Who the smallest NFL dude?
I just texted that, right? I just put that in the Google right now. Aaron Sproles at 5'6".
Remember Morris? How small was Morris, the New York Giants running back?
Joe Morris?
Morris, what was his name? The
talking about Joe Morris?
His name was Joe?
Joe Morris, number 20.
Barry Sanders was only 5'8". Wow.
Yeah, but he got legs like tree trunks, guys. And the game was different.
Yeah, and
that's the difference.
And he was a 5'8". The game was different. The game was different, but he also, I mean, I can guarantee you just looking at his tape, Barry was like a 4'3" type guy as well.
Negative. Not at all.
Barry?
He's more like a 4'4" guy?
No, Barry. Yeah, Barry.
4'7".
Super fast guy.
4'7"?
Yeah.
He wasn't fast.
Got to remember, dog. They got him at 4'37". That's a lie.
Oh, shit.
They got Barry Sanders at 4'37".
3.
They lying. They straight lying, dog.
Barry Sanders ran a 4'3".
That's a negative.
They say he ran the 4.37. That's what they say.
That's what they say.
Fastest 40-yard dash ever. Barry Sanders ran a 4.2 40-yard dash in 1989.
Come on, dog. Come on, man. I ain't gonna even listen to that foolishness.
What's the fastest 40-yard?
Just making up stuff.
Let me see that Bleacher Report. Let's see.
Yeah, Trenton Holiday.
It say he's 4'3" though, right?
Willie Quinn putting in some work, dog. That's all I know. Look at it. Go ahead, dog.
But you say he's already played his 4 years. He's
who, Quinn? Yeah, he been done.
Yeah.
Hey.
No, he done. Look at the tape. Look how old the tape look.
Yeah.
And see again,
but
look,
I'm looking right now.
Now you playing these schools at ULM, same level. I'm gonna be honest with you. Best thing ever happened to what's your boy went to FIU, man? Played for the Colts.
T.Y.
Hilton. That's the best thing ever happened to him. He'd have got lost in the shuffle. And that's what these kids don't understand. Sometimes you got to be a big fish in a small pond, dog. They'll come get you.
Barry Sanders.
But you know what? I think NIL money will make kids think twice as well, because you don't have to worry about making a name for yourself in the NFL to make $1 million. You take a Johnny Ford and you put him over at JSU, and if he handles himself right, does what he has to do when it comes to social media, he can make $1 million before he gets off campus. So I think that's going to steer.
I know you're a technical dude, man, but bro, that stuff is going to take, to me, NIL deals, dog, they're going to taper down so much. It's going to go back to anything else, right? Like, it's going to go back to the quarterbacks. Bro, look at our own guy, John Ruiz. You see his NIL list?
Yeah.
You got 5 stars making 40 grand, which ain't bad. Don't get me wrong.
It's not bad at all.
No, but you
I
ain't close
think
to
the
a million.
intention, the intention of the NIL was for you to go out there and get that low hanging fruit. So let's say you could sponsor a car dealership or sponsor like a local insurance agency, and they pay you $5,000 a year, $10,000 a year here and there, and you get 20 of them, 30 of them. Now you're making 100,000, 150,000 a year. But I mean, if you're trending enough, let's say you're a Johnny Ford and you make somebody miss and you take it 80 yards and you get 2 million views. If you're trending enough, you could get the right deal that could land you $1 million. And maybe not all at once, but maybe over a 4-year period of time.
Yeah, but you got to be the face of the program, bro. Like, you got to remember, it's football. Basketball is different. Bro, do you know how many people Tyler Van Dyke can walk past and nobody know who he is?
A lot.
So, who in the hell gonna know who 5'5" Johnny Ford is?
I agree with you.
Yeah, like, football
if he
is
goes
so
to a
messed up.
HBCU.
If he goes to a what?
If he goes to a HBCU, it's different.
I don't know, bro. I'm looking at here. So Boyd Gallus, I'm just looking at the kicker. This Boyd Gallus, right? The mustache man. He got $18,000 for 12 months. So that's a little over $1,000 a month. That's his NIL deal. He make $1,000 a month.
Every kid at Oklahoma, right? Tunsil just came from over there, man. You say every kid gets 50,000.
Mm-hmm.
Does the numbers go down or up?
What do you mean? Over time?
Yeah. You think they're going to go down?
I think it's going to go up over time.
They'll go up. They'll go up.
I think
because you're securing recruits. But we're talking about major deals, right? Like, so I'm not saying 50,000 not a major deal. I'm talking about, everybody talking about this 800,000 and a car for the basketball player he got. Like, those are face of program players. Those are game changing players. Yeah, the other money is basically like saying this show. It's going to be status quo across the board for all these players eventually, right? And it'll keep going up because the market will drive up. Or with Texas A&M paying $60,000. Well, okay. It's the same thing with coaching salaries, right? Coaches not making millions because one coordinator made $800,000. He left. So now you want me to come in the coordinator? I got to make at least that much. And so it's going to drive. Everything's going to get driven up until whatever. But
So with Rich, remember that time we came up? So if Oklahoma right out the gate saying, man, listen, we got to answer for all this. 50,000 for everybody, from the punter to the goddamn snap holder. And if Texas A&M is saying, all right, listen, man, 200,000 to all the 5 stars, 100,000 to the 4 stars. You know what I'm saying? If we're starting off like that, right? That's how we're starting off, dog. Where is it going?
It won't stop. It'll continually grow, just like money today. Like you say the same thing about coaching contract. Do you know just 15 years ago, Division I coaches was making $150,000, $200,000 a year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's it.
Just 15 years ago.
Bro, FAU had a dude on there, Jerry Allen. That dude was making $30,000 a year. $35,000 a year 10 years ago when I was at FIU. I'm looking it up. Like, let me see. And Nick Saban, the one messed that up, didn't mess it up, but he's the one who changed the game. When he went to LSU, he changed the game and told them, I need, just like kind of how Mario did, I need to have enough money in my coaching cachet so my coaches' wives don't have to work. I need them here working. I don't have time for them to take little Billy to the doctor appointment because Sally at work on a field trip. And that's how that started. So what do? The salaries go up. And now when them coaches leave or you try and woo somebody away, well, hell, man, I'm making $300,000 here at LSU. What you gonna pay me to leave? $450. Right? And that's how it started. So it's the same thing.
Right.
And that's how that whole thing started.
So the question is, remember, Rich, remember you did that calculation? Like, how much is a player worth? Remember you did that calculation with Clemson and the tickets and all of that? How much is a player worth?
Yeah, I mentioned it was. I mean, Clemson made, I think it was like 94 million, something like that, if I'm not mistaken, last year, off of ticket sales and everything else. And that's just for football. That's not for the rest of the athletic program. And that comes with your brand being relevant, right?
Right.
So if you did the numbers and you have 85, 90 kids on your team, you could say that each kid is worth $1 million, or each kid contributed $1 million, if you want to do it that way. But my thing is this: I kind of like the Oklahoma situation and what they're doing, because you're flat out just telling all the kids, look, I don't want you to worry about whether you're gonna get paid, whether you're gonna get NIL, whether you know what I'm saying, you got to go chase your bag. We're gonna give you a base. Whatever you make outside of that base is up to y'all, but we're gonna make sure that you're straight. I kind of like that approach because it gets kids back to focused on football. So sometimes when you're out here, you're having to chase this bag and that bag. You may not focus on the main thing. So if in some way, if there's a way to, and I don't like the pool system per se, because in my opinion, that's basically, that's no different than paying players to come to your school, right? Which is basically what you're doing. I don't necessarily like that model, but if you have, just like Ruiz said, Ruiz said this the other day. He said, if you have a list of approved NIL donors that are approved for your school, you can equate that these are their budgets. So we have, let's say, 100 different companies that are approved, and based on the money that they're going to allot for 2022 or 2023, we know that each kid can make X amount of dollars. So I like that that a little bit better.
Bro,
so
can I read y'all something?
Everybody making $50,000, right? If everybody making $50,000, that means that means Oklahoma got a salary cap over there.
Basically.
Bro, can I tell y'all
basically
something?
What they're doing.
We talking about 50,000. I'm reading this thing here, man. Check this craziness out. Headline: SEC February 10th, 2022. SEC announces $777 million of total revenue for 2020-2021 fiscal year. Check this out. And they break that up with the 14 schools. The money divided among the 14 universities makes up the SEC average slightly over $54.6 million per institution. The amount is issued to each individual school is roughly $9.1 million more per school than it was a previous fiscal year. So each school, just from the conference, is getting $55 million. And we talking about $50,000. Hold up.
Right.
Yeah.
The sum of the money does not include bowl revenue, which is retained by the school for bowl expenses. So each school is making $55 million, bro, off of just that. That ain't got nothing to do with ticket sales, hot dog sales, soda, merchandise.
None of that.
And we talking about 50 stacks? Man, no, that's too much money out here. And we up here fighting for doggone 2,000 views for $20? Well, I quit. I'm done.
Right?
I'm out.
How much money they made?
55 The conference made $777.8 million in revenue for 2020, 2021. Bro, that's during the pandemic. Listen, the conference saw an increase in total revenue over 120 million compared to the prior fiscal year. My brother.
Hey, that's why you got coaches that's making $90 million over 10 years. That's what that would make.
That's a lot of money, dog.
And think about it. There's only 2 revenue generating sports. Basically, there's 2. Men's basketball and football that really generate money.
That's it.
Ain't nobody on here or in this chat can tell me when the girls softball national championship is. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Give it 30 seconds.
Nope. I don't even know my damn self. I just know
listen,
that.
Bro. I think we just it's a lot of money you just said, bro. And I think
that's a lot.
We're just getting started.
And that's one conference. What about the other 4?
Right. They all got TV contracts.
Everybody's just getting in here, man. 786-405-9499. You want to get down with IOD Squad, send a text or just click the link in the description. If you're trying to get down with IOD Squad and buy Ethereum at $1,000. Hey, your $12 is about $4 right now, dog. You're going to have to hang in there.
Say what?
It was $12 a Bitcoin, like $4 right now.
So what you trying to tell? Hold on.
You trying to tell
Streeter, are
your
you
mango
trying to
tree
tell
ain't
me?
grown yet.
Are you trying to tell me that
you should put another $12 in there?
Is that what you're telling me?
That's what I'm saying. Now is the time to double up on your $12. That's what I'm saying. Because when the rocket take off, you're going to be saying, I should have invested in Amazon 5 years ago. I'd be rich. Give me another one. I should have invested in Facebook 10 years ago. I'd be rich. Google, I didn't even know what it was, but I should have invested in it 12 years ago. We'll be rich. I'm telling you, we done heard that in our life.
Plenty of time, boy. If my aunt had nuts, she'd be my uncle. Let me tell you
Screen record this. Screen record this. Screen record this. I'm going to be saying in a few years, I should invest in Ethereum or Bitcoin in 2022. We'll be rich. Screen record that.
I'm gonna piggyback on that real quick. So we know for a fact that Bitcoin is gonna be around because the Fed has bought Bitcoin. They went ahead and bought Bitcoin.
Not even the first time, right?
Right. So
I still don't understand it.
Huh? You're not trying to, man. Go shoot some wolves or whatever, man. It's gonna be all right. I got you, dog. I got you. I got you. It's gonna be all right. You're not trying to understand it.
And you know what's crazy? Here's the crazy part. I remember about a month and a half ago, when all this stuff was going on with Bitcoin and Ethereum going, prices dropping. I remember Street, you was like looking at the trend line and you said, I think this thing gonna hit like 19K. And this was when it was at like 30, right?
right.
You're like, just based on the history, I think it's gonna hit like 19K. And where is it now? 20?
Yeah.
So should everybody buy right now, Streeter?
Everything you got.
Put everything in. Hey, hold on. I want to make sure. Because I be watching my show Billions. Y'all ever watch Billions?
Good show.
Oh, man. Come on. How you don't watch that and you into the stock market, man? Oh, man, that shit.
On Netflix? What is it on Netflix?
I got to check it out.
It's on Prime, man. It used to come on Showtime, but it's on Prime. But, it's called Billions, dog. It's funny how you look at these cats and these hedge funds and these financial cats. They just be playing with money, dog. Like, what they spend $500 million on? They spend $500 million on is what we'll spend $5 on. Like that's how they look at it.
Yeah. Like a
But
real
anyway,
tool, like
And
a
the
real
show's called
game.
Billions.
oh man, look at him writing, put it in his notes in his phone. Come on, Rich,
Shit,
show me your pen.
hey,
Show me your pen, Rich. Thank you.
Hey, I
Thank you.
got a pen.
All right, thank you. Let me put that in my notes. I'm about to get on you, boy. But no, I'm just teasing with you. But no, man, it's a great show because it talks about strategy. You know, it's drama, but it's pretty cool to like, and these people live like this. The Koch brothers and all these people with all this major money, man, they playing with money. Like they got 30, 40, 50 billion dollars that they managing. And they playing with it. These unions and stuff, the firefighters union of New York, and this, that, and the other, and they doing all this crazy stuff with it, man. It's nuts, bro.
No. When you're saying if they're playing with it, no, that's real talk, man. We can get into the little stock market talk for a minute, man. Listen, it's a few hedge funds. BlackRock is another one. There's a couple of hedge funds that own the majority of the stocks in the stock market.
Move that comment for me so I can see. I'm sorry.
Huh?
Move that comment, King Davis.
So when you say playing with money, literally that's what it is. What's the guy Kramer? There's a video on YouTube of Kramer, the guy. What show? CNBC Money, whatever. And he used to work at one of those hedge funds. And I don't know if he was drunk or high, but he's being interviewed and he's telling the guy how hedge funds will put, let's say, 400 million, 400 million into a stock. Run it up. Then watch the sheep jump on it. Oh man, Snapchat going crazy. Watch the sheep jump of it just to pull it out.
And short it, yeah.
And short it, yeah. With another 400 million. When you say playing with money, that's exactly what they're doing. They're playing with money. They control markets. They did it to Bitcoin. When you say the Fed brought Bitcoin, they did it to Bitcoin, but Bitcoin went up to 13,000, and then everybody lost all that money in 2017. I think when Bitcoin went down and everybody panicked. You know what I'm saying? That's when I think they all got into Bitcoin and brought it all up. Right now, look at mark my lips. Right now, they are buying it all up again, and it's going to go on another run because the reason Ethereum makes $4 million a day in fees. How's it going down, Rich? You went to college, I didn't. How is the stock price of Ethereum constantly going down if it's no overhead? It produces $4 million a day in fees.
It's real simple. It's called having money on the front end and on the back end. We are all looking at the front end and we're like, oh man, my Ethereum is going down. And they like, yeah, whether it's going down or it's going up, when you hit buy or sell, we making money. And that's what that is. That's the back end and the front end.
Remember this number a week ago, 2 weeks ago, Rich? It wasn't 4 million it was making a day. It wasn't 6 million. It's 7-day averages like it makes 6 million a day. It was 10 million. You remember? But because of the price of Ethereum keeps going down, the number's just going down. Now it's only 4 million it makes a day in fees. Uniswap, 3 million a day. Binance, 500,000 a day. How is the stock prices of these things going down? I mean, I'm not that smart. I ain't been investing that long. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. But I'm here to say this. Eventually, there's going to be a payout. You know what I'm saying? From all this money that Ethereum is making. And right now, BlackRock and all these companies, they're getting in, they're loading up because so they can control the crypto market the best way they can by owning most of the stocks. And that's why you look at the stock and you're like, how the fuck is Bitcoin going backwards when we know for a fact the blockchain is the future? We know this for a fact. Blockchain is the future. Everything is going to be NFTs. Every ticket will be an NFT. In the future, Gary Vee talks about it, how it just makes sense. It makes sense that the NBA Boston versus Golden State ticket is an NFT because now that ticket stub It's always on the blockchain, and now you don't have to sell it on eBay because it's right there in the ledger. Hey, I went to this game. Who wants to buy this ticket stub? Because it's a digital collectible. So if the blockchain is in our future, how is the price of Bitcoin going down unless it's being pulled down by somebody who owns the majority of it? Or is the market being down, period, right now, stocks and crypto? Talk to me.
And the one thing I'll say is, if anything, we all know Bitcoin is here to stay, and we know Ethereum is more than likely here to stay because every transaction is pretty much done with Ethereum. So Bitcoin was the first. Ethereum right now rules the market when it comes to transactions. And if you just knew that those two, you can hedge your bets against those two. Those are two cryptos that's going to be around. If crypto continues to exist, those two will be here for sure. Everybody knows that.
Yeah. It's making 6 million. Last week, 2 weeks ago, it was 10 million. When I put up this chart, it was making 10 million a day in fees. But the stock is just.
So do they run zone blitzes? So do they run zone blitzes in Ethereum? I'm just talking trash. Go ahead, man. I enjoy. I'm listening. I just
like a Hail Mary. Look like a Hail Mary right now. That's what it look like, a Hail Mary.
I see a lot of arrows going down. Bro, that's all I know.
We've been on here for 2 hours, dog. It's Wholesome Holloway. Somebody get Wholesome Holloway on the line, bro.
I talked to him earlier, man.
But we did, you know what I'm saying? We had a good conversation, man. We started off talking about Jay Rashada pushing his commitment back. Then we got into, hey, listen, Footballville coming out with a ranking system. Give y'all a little sneak preview. We're gonna have the offense will be aliens, the defense will be that'll be the top. We got aliens, we got monsters, we got, you know what I'm saying? And we're gonna kind of do it like that, and that's how we're gonna rank them. Then you guys can just eat it up once we put it out there and tell us how crazy we are. You lost your mind. Yeah, you just like all the kids from Northwestern, and then all the crazy stuff that people say when their child ain't at the top. You know what I'm saying? Ain't that much we can do about it. Before we get out of here, bro, listen, I'm gonna put this on the line. I see what's going on with the Miami Hurricanes, bro. The money they've put into the program, the resources they have. And I'm going to say this. Miami Hurricanes will be in the ACC championship.
This year?
This year. They will be in the ACC championship. And it'll be Clemson or Wake Forest. And I'm hoping it's Wake Forest. I don't want to see that, but Miami Hurricanes will be in the ACC championship this year. Screen record that too. You heard it from your boy here.
I agree with you. I agree with you. There's no reason that we should, because the only two teams we concerned with, A&M and Clemson, and that's it. I mean, we already, talent-wise, we've already been better than a lot of the other schools out there. Now we got the coaching. We're bringing in better talent. Hey,
I'm trying, DJ. I'm trying, DJ. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm trying. Streeter won't help me, dog.
DJ, listen. This man just flew to Dubai.
I'm a sheikh.
He ain't trying to do it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a sheikh.
Man, I've been to Aruba, Dubai. He ain't on that right now, DJ. We're gonna catch him. We'll catch him in 5 years, DJ.
I spend money. I don't make money.
But no, bro. ACC championship, we in there. We in there.
Oh, you do.
Nah, I think they turned it off.
Nah, I didn't.
ACC championship, bro. I've seen enough. Now, for people just getting in here, Warren Sapp is out for the members. Warren Sapp is out. The Warren Sapp interview is out for the members. The way Warren Sapp explained it is that Mario is pouring concrete. It's the beginning. You know what I'm saying? It's the beginning. He's pouring the concrete, he's building the foundation. But the Canes will be in that game. Will they win it? I don't know. But they'll be in that game.
Streeter.
Yes.
You my dog. And I love you like a brother, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know what I mean? I only met you when I started doing this, man. And I think we got a lot of things in common, dog.
Stop my flop.
Here's what I'm scared. Like, okay, so let's take Warren. So let's take Warren Sapp's example. He building concrete.
He pouring concrete.
I mean, pouring, perfect,
Yeah.
perfect. Pouring the foundation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can't pour it today and put walls on it today. You got to let it settle and get hard.
Yeah.
And what scares me, and the reason I won't speak on it, can I tell y'all in the back of my mind, yes, I do want that. But what I don't want to do, and we know how this is, you learn this as you've gone through years, and we have a platform and people listen to what we say and go to the barbershops and, yeah, Streeter said, and Hay said, and Flo said, and we're going to build an expectation. I'm doing this because I don't want to see Mario get crucified because of expectations. That's my fear.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw somebody 11-2, 11-1. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do. And you was on the last show, and let's just be honest. What happens? See, nobody talks about this part, and I'm not wishing this, but this is business, and you have to think about the positives as much as you think about the negatives, because if you don't, we're just as guilty as Manny Diaz, meaning we don't have a what if plan. This is what we're doing, and you don't have a what if, meaning you have to remember coaching is great, but there's a thing called injury bug. We just went through that here in the spring. That ain't even a season. And we had 19 dudes out from spring practice, from playing each other, surgeries and so forth and so on. And to your own admittance, and mine too, that spring game wasn't nothing to be head over heels about. Wasn't nothing exciting about that.
I got this close to Mario about it. We're about that close.
Man, you should have slapped him right in the back of that scar. Should have gave one of these right here. Right in the back of his scar. But anyway, what happens if we go 8-4 or 9-3?
I asked it, in our group me. I asked, what happens if we go 6-6? How y'all feel?
And you're right. And so here's the deal: the expectations, I don't believe we'll ever go 6. I don't believe we'll go 6-6. I don't believe it. No, but what I'm saying is, I've been in this game long enough. Bro, we was at New Orleans with 7 Division I players on defense, and the injury bug hit us down to 1. And projected to go here. See, people don't think about that part of it, right? People don't think about, let's be honest, and I don't want to put in the atmosphere, but let's say TVD break a shoelace. And he can't come back in the game, i.e. De'Aaron King. We also have to remember this. TVD only got 8 games under his belt. He don't have a lot of time on task, dog. Like, yeah, he's preseason, this, that, and the other, but he still got to be a quarterback at this level and with this amount of pressure that's coming from everywhere because the U is back, ESPN, Sports Center, blah, 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 blah. Not saying he can't handle it, but there are so many variables. This is why I love this game, dog. There's so many variables, and I think we're putting the cart before the horse, and that's just how I feel. Like, that's why I want him to build a foundation. If he happens to come out 6-6, all right, Mario, next year you got to do better than that. And I'm saying this because I don't want to see the people turn on Mario Cristobal. Because at the end of the day, nobody will give 2 damns on Thursday about no dorm rooms that ain't none of the fans gonna ever see. Nobody cares about a training table that none of the fans gonna ever see. You know what I think fans gonna see? And the same ones that don't go to the game, win and loss column, without even going to the games. Fire Mario, and they don't even go to the game to see what happened. And that's what I'm scared of.
I get what you're saying about Mario establishing his own base, and if that base is 6-6, or if it's 9-3, it is what it is. The one thing that I look forward to is I just want us to play extra games. So it's just like baseball when you get a extra inning. I believe that our kids get better if they're in extra games and if they play meaningful extra games. So what I
What do you
mean by
mean?
that is
Mm.
if Miami gets the privilege of winning the Coastal, let's say they win 10 games. They win the Coastal and they go play for that ACC championship game. I don't care what the outcome is. I really don't. What I care about is the experience. So now you played 12 regular season games. Now you get to play that extra game, that 13th game. And then you got that bowl game after that. And it's a relevant bowl game because you went to a championship game. So for me, the more you start playing high level talent and you start playing more games where you could get more guys in the rotation, you could get your guys more experience. That's what's going to help you build on that foundation when you go to spring practice in 2023. So for me, it's about getting the extra games under your belt. So that way, when you go into 2023, you have freshmen who played in that ACC championship game, who played in that bowl game versus Ohio State or whoever, right? They know what that looks like. So that way, if you open up the season in 2023 versus Alabama again, you don't have these freshmen and sophomores walking off the bus like, God dang, them boys big. Because they done seen it before. We played Ohio State. They the same size.
Experience,
We
right.
knew what we had to do. Right.
Time.
So
back to what we're talking about, time, right?
Exactly.
I agree
So
with
now
you, Rich.
you
I agree with you. I just think that I think we're talking, and when I say we, I'm speaking as fan base, and I'll include myself. I think we're talking out of both sides of our necks. We're saying we don't have the talent, but we're also saying we're going to win the ACC championship. And when I say talent, meaning elite, and I know me and you have a difference of opinion about that, Rich. I was listening to the show, and that's okay. That's okay. I don't never have a problem with people having a difference.
Who said we're going to win the ACC championship?
A whole bunch of people. Even going to the ACC championship.
I thought you were talking about somebody up here saying that.
No, I said we as fans. I said we, when I said we, including myself, I was saying fans are talking. We going 11-1. We going this. How you going? Where that one gonna come from? That one is just who? That mean we going undefeated in the season? Like I guess my thing is to, believe it or not, I know it sounds backwards, but I'm trying to protect the legacy and let the man have his time. Because we are an impatient people, dog. Man, let year 2 come around. Because here's what we have to understand about this coaching staff. It's here today. It's going to be gone tomorrow. Do you think these names are going to stay forever?
Nope.
Do you think Jason Taylor get an opportunity to somebody come and get him to be the defensive end coach somewhere? He ain't gone. Kevin Steele, do you really think Charlie Strong just want to be the linebacker coach? These guys have aspirations. So yes, the system, what you see today is not what you're going to see tomorrow, and that's okay.
Right.
But it's always going to be a revolving door in there. Kevin Steele get a call from the league. You don't think he gone? Yeah, because here's what people don't know about the league. You get a stipend. You get tenure. You get a check for the rest of your life. I'm gone. Sorry, Mario. Appreciate you.
You out of there, right?
You don't think if Josh Gaddis put up some great numbers this year, they already talking about him leaving, and he ain't did nothing but a spring game.
I've seen. Y'all finish? Y'all finished? You two, you finished, dog? Where you at, dog? You finished? Y'all done? I've seen, from what I've seen, you know what I'm saying, close up, from what I've seen, the changes that's been made in Coral Gables. Ow! I don't care what he do the first 2 years. I know that program is in the right direction.
I'm cool with that, and I believe that.
I know
100%.
for a fact that program is in the right direction. And I know for a fact if Manny Diaz could go into Pittsburgh and whoop up on Pittsburgh like that and be a game or two away from an ACC championship game, I know for a fact what Miami has done in these last couple of months can land them in this ACC championship, knowing the competition that they have to face.
I pray to God, bro. I'm with you.
When we say we don't have the talent, I think there's two different conversations. I realized this when I used to go at it with Manny Navarro, that we were having two different conversations. He was talking about on the national stage, and I was just talking about, bro, we out-recruit the ACC Coastal every year. And he was saying talent on a national stage, because I think when people think of Miami, I don't know how this is still like this, Hayes, in 15 years. They still think national championship. And I stopped thinking national championship a long time ago because I saw
Cowboys
was sliding. Right.
It's like the Cowboys. Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, so when I'm saying the talent, yeah, we avoided talent at linebacker and a couple places. But we have out-recruited the Coastal. Y'all heard me say that over and over. Y'all heard me ask Manny the question. Now we have the resources. Now we have the coaching staff to develop these kids. Now we have the support staff to actually mentally and physically develop these kids and make that talent that much better, which is getting to the ACC, the Coastal. I mean, Al Golden made it to the goddamn championship game, didn't he? And he was a subpar developer. I mean, I think they did really good at recruiting and they did okay at developing. You know what I'm saying? And he left Manny Diaz with a defense that got him a fucking head coaching job. There's no doubt in my mind that with Tyler Van Dyke at quarterback and what I've seen, the changes I've seen down there at Carl Gables, that we will be in the ACC championship. Now, if Tyler Van Dyke wasn't there, I'd be like, ugh. We'll be in the ACC championship.
I'm with you 1,000%, meaning I believe that the program is going in the right direction. I believe everybody's on the same page from the top brass to the cleat cleaner, right? I get it. I believe that in my heart. I also believe the community is behind it. I get it. But the community is the X factor, meaning we the ones, we quick to get on this keyboard and cyber thug this thing and type in all caps. Tom, I'm yelling at you. I've seen it. We've seen it. You know, they turn on Eric Spoelstra. Bro, think about it. And I don't know much about basketball, Street, and maybe you followed it more than I did. From what I was hearing, we weren't the best of the best when it came to player for player for the Heat this year. And people want to fire Spoelstra because he ain't make it.
It's confusing to me the way people see Spoelstra. It's confusing to me that people the way they see Spoelstra. You know what I'm saying? He's done so much and they still doubt like he can't coach
because you're not winning.
Because he came from the Pat Riley regime.
But it's not even that. Once the bar goes up here at the crib, it doesn't go back down. Everybody expect, and that's what I'm trying to do is temper expectations to say, let the bar gradually work its way up versus we going from here to right here because we spending money on buildings and putting brand new grass on all that sounds great. Mm-hmm. But them other schools got the same thing, dog. Like you still got to play between the white lines. And when I'm talking to the fan base. You got to let it build. You got to let it come. You're not. I know, like you said, Spoelstra's hard. I'm not a basketball fan. I watch 2 Heat games, but go Heat. And I didn't even know they was in the playoffs. I'm like, no, I don't know none of these people but Jimmy Butler and UD. But what I'm saying is, from my understanding, they really have no players, no elite players, but Jimmy Butler, who was hurt.
They don't.
Am I right? And yet they made it. I don't know. I'm asking.
No, you're right.
I guess Victor Oladipo was really good at one point in time. I think Tyler Hero has a future.
Right, but I'm saying they didn't look like the Golden
They only
State.
got one superstar, and that's Jimmy Butler. Like,
and they shouldn't have gone that far. So X, should they have gone as far as they did as the Heat this year?
They got Spoelstra's a hell of a coach. I mean, I don't know why nobody don't give him no credit. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So hold on. So that's back to my point. You saying he's a hell of a coach. He did more with less, but because he ain't win it all, fire him.
Nah.
Get rid of him.
I mean, but that's just Miami culture.
But that's what's
football,
happening.
basketball, baseball, hockey.
But that's what's
but that's what he's
one of my fears. That's what's
saying.
going to happen to Miami.
He think that can happen to Mario if Mario have 2 losing seasons. I just think that
Mario got what? He got a 10 years? Is it a 10-year contract?
10-year contract.
Okay, so in the first 5 years, if Mario don't make the college playoffs or at least win 2 major bowls, the word in the streets gonna be, damn, we overpaid for a coach who can't get it done. Like, they giving Mario everything he needs to get it done. It's no excuse. Year 3, you know what I'm saying? Year 1, year 2. All right, Mario, we gonna see what you could do. Get your players in here. Everybody should be fully bought in. Everybody should buy in by that year 3. Year 3, year 4, year 5, you still looking like Mario. You 10 games and you can't win the big one. You can't win the ACC. We overpaid the coach now. 10 years. What it is, $8 million per year. I mean, that's the
same thing that happened to Mark Richt.
Well, I think even if Mark Richt could have kept just doing 10-2, he would have been. If he felt like he still wanted to be the coach, he would have been the coach.
Yeah, here, yes.
With Mario, it's a little more expectations because they giving him exactly everything he needs. He asked for. He got on the show the other day and said, we all knew I was coming to Miami, but I wasn't coming unless they started doing this and this and that.
He demanded it.
Yeah, I want them to build this. I want them to give me the coaches I need. Bomb. They gave him everything he need.
Show of hands. When me and X was saying Mario was coming and we wasn't sure, right? If me and X would have said, hey, boy, Mario coming, and he going to get Jason Taylor, and he going to get Patty from Central, and he going to get Charlie Strong, and he going to get Coach Adai, and he going to take Michigan offensive coordinator. He going to bring him over here too. And who am I missing?
Kevin Stills.
And he going to get an SEC defense coordinator. Kevin Stills going to be a defensive coordinator. Who else am I missing?
You would have said that Shemar Stewart would have signed with Miami.
Who else am I missing? Who else am I missing?
I mean, that's them. That's it. Everybody else, we kind of knew.
That's it. We're missing somebody else. Who else?
Alonzo.
Oh my God, Lonzo. Oh, hey, and Lonzo coming back. He gonna evaluate players. If I would have said that, show of hands to any one of y'all when we were saying Mario was coming back, how many of y'all would have said, "Get the fuck out of here, man"? Show of hands. How many of y'all would have said, "Ain't no goddamn way, Street is on crack. X, go get him checked."
You wanna know why? And that's back to my point.
Wait, Hayes. I asked Alonzo. I said, did you ever think the University of Miami would be spending money the way they are? He cut me off and said, no. I don't know what's going on. He don't even know what's going on.
And the funny thing
he's exceeded anything that we could have dreamed of.
Yeah.
Dreamed of. We would have never thought Charlie Strong would have been coaching goddamn place kickers, whatever Charlie Strong
never
ever.
That right there still scratch my head. Every time I see him, when I go down, and I'm like, damn, we really got Charlie Strong.
He once said he would have unsubscribed. It said, Street done lost goddamn Miami flow, and y'all don't go back over there no more.
Nah, dog. I swear to God. And I was with you. Like, because I have been saying to myself, why would the crib or Miami spend all of this money? And every year, I said this before, every year, you really think that Randy Shannon didn't ask for things? He was a Miami alum. He played there.
Right.
You don't think Al Golden, who's been in other programs, asked for things, right? You don't think Mark Richt, who came from Georgia, asked for things? He was wanted something so bad, he gave his own damn money.
I know he looking like, you sons of bitches.
Right.
I lost money playing with y'all. You know?
Think about it. So think about that. He's an alum, right? So I'm saying he's an alum. He gave $1 million to get an indoor practice facility. What I'm saying is, so now, why would I, just like you said, Streeter, as a fan, why would I say, who the fuck is Mario Cristobal? I'm just saying from a coach's perspective, because in essence, Mark Richt has done more than Mario Cristobal done as a coach at that point, I'm saying. Right? Would you agree with that?
Facts.
So why wouldn't you support Mark Richt, who has been at a program?
But I think they did. I think they did. They was
not like this.
They was behind Mark Richt. They was behind Mark Richt.
But not like this.
Not like this. I guess what he's saying, X is.
Well, okay, so Mark Richt had the opportunity to go get whatever coaches he wanted. It was Mark Richt, the one who kept hiring them coaches instead of saying, let me go get this top coaching staff.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, why would I have to give $1 million of my own dollars?
Oh, you talking about finances. Okay.
But I'm talking about the financial backing. So now
they just losing bags of money.
So now, talking about Dubai, that's paid with gold. So now, this is back to why I was so adamant when I was talking between Lane Kiffin, Mario Cristobal, was take a guy who don't give a damn about all that stuff. He want to just coach football, and he's proven to win in multiple situations. Does that make sense? What I'm saying? Like, he's a guy that has proven to win in multiple situations, because Miami ain't gonna cut the bag. So why not get a guy that can bring recruits in, high-powered offense, make it exciting, and kind of put a Band-Aid over the slip and slide and the glass elevators and all of the shit that go into it, when we could win some games now? You know what I mean? Like, because I did not believe in my heart of hearts that they was gonna be cutting checks like this, because they had never done it, hadn't even shown to do it.
Man, listen. We was
Radakovich, forgot him.
Yeah, Radakovich, forgot him. But yeah, we was in the press box in Virginia game, man. No, it wasn't Virginia game. I think it was it might have been Virginia. It was either Virginia or App State. When I heard somebody scream, "Oh, he finna get fired," and I was like trying to figure out who it was. From that moment on, I knew for a fact that it was going to be changes, because they was fed up. So I didn't know.
We've seen that before.
Truthfully, but yeah, I didn't know they was going to spend this amount of money. I thought we'll get a coaching staff where the head coach might make $5 million. You know what I'm saying? And the rest of the coaching staff will probably be like 2.5 mil. Yeah, this is I ain't gonna lie, man. $8 million for the head coach, and then the I don't even know the price for the staff. That might have went over 10 million, man. And Mario immediately saying, "Hey, no, I want the IPF redone now with extra yardage to add on. I want the new locker room done now. I want the new weight room done now. I want the new facility done now." I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I could never imagine them saying, "Yeah, here go the money. Go do what you want to do."
Yeah.
I mean, the crazy thing is the money was sitting there all along. So it's like, what the hell were we thinking? Like, we really just gonna let the money just sit there and do nothing?
Well, I think they made a lot of money off of COVID, bro. I think they made so much money that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the PPP loan.
Kim Jones, you got a caller. Kim Jones, you got something you want to ask?
No, I was in the the discussion earlier when you guys were talking about Johnny Ford or whatever, and I was agreeing with Coach Hayes. You know what I mean? You could be a good player, you know what I mean, good quicks, but there's a billion guys like that. They find them all over the place. They got them in Houston, they got them in LA, they got them everywhere. You know what I mean? They want guys. If you're gonna be that small, you gotta have breakaway speed. You can't get caught from behind if you're gonna be small. If you're gonna be a slow guy, you better be big. You know, Mark Fletcher, he's not the fastest guy in the world, but he's 240, 250 pounds downhill.
Mm-hmm. He said Johnny Ford or
yeah, we were talking about Johnny Ford. I was telling the Arizona State Johnny Ford, and I was saying I think Johnny Ford could have played at Arizona State. And Rich and Hayes said they don't think so.
I know so.
I think he could have played at Arizona State though.
I think so.
I don't think Arizona State has that talent to turn him down. Like
they had an NFL running back a couple years ago. A guy went viral for scoring like 6 touchdowns in one game.
Yeah, I mean you have one, but still you don't turn down that type of talent because he can make plays with the ball in his hand regardless. I mean, Arizona State isn't. I don't even think they on the caliber of Louisville of having playmakers like that. So you definitely don't turn him down.
Yeah, not gonna happen.
Well, yeah, I mean, because you gotta look at, just like you said, that NFL running back he's talking about. If I remember correctly, that dude is like 6'2".
Yes,
play running back.
Or even the kid from the Dolphins, Arizona.
Play for the Dolphins, right?
No, it was the kid we're talking about that scored the 6 touchdowns. His name starts with the E, but the Dolphins had a guy, I want to say Kalen Ballage is his name, like the second stringer for the Dolphins that's around that same time period. He's 6'2.5", huge guy. If you're gonna like Duke,
how big was LSU running back?
Ideal size, but he's a burner.
How big was
like
LSU running back?
He's 5'7", 5'8".
When Joe Burrow won the championship,
5'7", 5'8".
5'7".
Mm-hmm. I just thought the world of Johnny Ford.
But do y'all understand the difference?
That goes back to me saying, you know what I'm saying, me gauging these kids and looking at Tutu Atwell and saying, hey, he's gonna come back and bite us in the ass one day. You know what I'm saying? And Tutu Atwell was 5'8", 130 pounds on Thanksgiving with bricks in his pocket.
Yeah,
and got to college and told him I ain't lifting weights.
Yeah, but let me explain the difference. 2 inches, believe it or not, sounds small.
No,
that's
it's
huge.
Lot. It is.
That's a lot, especially when you're talking about you in the 5s.
I didn't realize Johnny Ford was 5'5". He made so many plays in his career. I didn't realize he was 5'5", though.
Yeah, he was small. I get it. Him being small is not an ideal factor, but I mean, you put the ball in his hands. You know, the offensive coordinator figure like, I can find a way to get him the ball, or you know what I'm saying, or he'll just be a specialist where he just return punts and return kicks. Like,
but you're not going to give a scholarship for a guy that can only do one thing. See, that's what people not understand.
I mean, but he went to South Florida and he proved that he belonged on the field.
He did.
Yeah, but that's South Florida. That ain't Arizona State.
Man, don't give Arizona State all that credit. Like they just
only have
fucking all this talent out the world.
Like that. You don't.
I'm not getting no. Y'all missing the point.
Scholarships for a guy 5'5". They might have 1 Tutu Atwell on the team, 1 Johnny Ford. You can't stack your team with guys like that. So it's, you know what I mean. Everybody likes a little playmaker guy, but you don't have 3, 4, 5 scholarships. They take them one at a time.
Give me 2 Tutu Atwells.
Give me 5 of them.
Yeah,
bro. Louisville didn't even have 2 of them. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Louisville only had 1. Like you're not going to see like those days. Like, and I hate to say, I get where you kids coming from 2X, like Arizona State. I get it, but you have to remember, you only have X amount of scholarships, and I'm not going to burn one with a guy. Let's be honest with you, he ain't blazing fast, right? Second, what also may have hurt him, what Streeter said, maybe his off the field stuff was behavior, whatever.
Because he's an asshole now.
Ain't nobody gonna deal with a 5'5" asshole. Yeah. You would deal with a 6'5" asshole.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Julio Jones, no, Odell Beckham. Prime example, Odell Beckham. He can go out there and do what he want, but they're not gonna laugh.
Y'all wanna laugh for a second?
Bro, let me ask you a question.
This is
Antonio
funny,
Brown. Hold on, I'm gonna just show you one thing. Antonio Brown is 5'10". He is 5 inches taller than this dude. And Antonio Brown look like a midget out there.
Yeah.
But he played receiver.
You get fired breaking in small guys like that if they don't work out. You get fired, you lose your job.
That's true.
That's exactly what he's saying. Yeah. Everybody keeps saying that.
Yeah, that's true.
Be real.
That's exactly what the recruiter said to me, man. He said, man, I could lose my job. He said, man, I could lose my job if I take him in there.
If Shemar Stewart goes to Texas A&M and doesn't do well, it's not the coach's fault. The coach is good because you brought in somebody physically good enough. Now, if Texas A&M, when they got Jaquan Johnson, the kid from Chaminade, a 6'1", 6'2" again, and he doesn't pan out, your job's in the line.
Yeah, because you obviously you take the kid that looks apart who passed the eye test. I mean that's just what they doing in college already. They taking the eye test kid. But let me ask you a question now, since you're saying that. Okay, so look at the scenario that UM have this year at wide receiver. They're looking at taking a 5'8", 5'9", Nathaniel Joseph Ray, taking a 5'10", I guess, 5'10", Robbie Washington. I mean, he might be taller. You telling me you're not gonna waste 2 scholarships on those 2 guys?
What those guys have is elite
5'10".
breakaway. Those guys are burners. Those are the guys you can recruit. A kid that might have been sketchy, where if he would have turned up, maybe like in an extra Restrepo, somebody like that was a little bit of a gamble. Guys like that with blazing speed, okay, they get a scholarship. Johnny Ford, he's not a burner like that. If you're gonna be smart,
and he's
you gotta have
5'5".
Tutu Atwell has speed.
So listen to me.
Hold on, I'll take a Ray who's 5'10". Think about it. Ray is 5 inches taller than this kid.
Ray 5'10", X?
Nah, Ray like 5'8".
5'9", 5'8".
Ray like 5'8".
Okay, X, do me a favor. Me and you stood next to each other. How tall are you?
I'm 6'2.5".
Okay, we the same height.
Yeah, we the same height.
But imagine if you were just 2 inches smaller, just 2. If you were 6 foot, like them inches sound crazy, but those inches not only work with your height, but it works on your body too.
Yeah.
It sound like somebody peeing, dog. But y'all boy ain't got a mute button.
Appreciate you, Kim Jong. I don't know who that was. I think that Kim Jong. Hey, listen. Change the subject real fast, man. This week, man, they say the NCAA stopped by the University of Miami, right?
Yeah.
Stopped by the University of Miami and checked out Ruiz, and Ruiz was like, man, they were very nice people, man. I think they was kind of here trying to learn. Basically, said,
they was trying to learn what was going on.
Have we heard anything about that, X? Anybody
okay, so Ruiz actually put out a tweet about how they came. No, it wasn't a tweet. It was an actual article about basically they came down here to investigate what was actually going on with the NIL deals and the boosters. So when they got to meet up with Ruiz, they was actually investigating on, well, how can we show the rest of the NCAA to do this the right way, what you doing? Because everybody's saying, okay, well, this team cheating, this team cheating. Ruiz showed them all basically word for word what the NCAA allowed them to do on NIL. He showed them in contract, word for word. It's why he's the most successful booster doing it, because he showed them, I have a business. My business is promoting. I mean, the kids who I'm offering these deals to is promoting my business. It has nothing to do with the university.
Somebody came out with this video talking about after meeting with the NCAA.
You can see we embodied the damn lanes. Lord, please let them accept the things that can't change. And pray that all of their pain be champagne.
If they don't put a cap on this, Texas A&M is gonna run away.
Yeah, it's chilling. What more can I
But
say?
see now, what's going to happen is the Texas A&Ms, the Bamas, all these other schools aren't doing it that way. They're doing it where their boosters is just flat out saying, we just giving this money to these players to come play for the school. That's where the problem was. And that's why the NCAA is trying to get involved, because they basically want everybody to do it the right way. UM doing it the right way. Let's go investigate them to see how we could show everybody else how to do it this way.
Well, I don't think anybody's just saying, "Hey, man, we're gonna pay you to come play for this school." Because I don't think
they are. They are. I mean, they
Sure.
said come play for play. They
everybody.
everybody.
If it's that, yeah, it's dead. I mean, you can't. Like, it can't work that way. I just think it can't work that way. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean,
if they're doing that, they're dead.
Not legally, but it's that's what it is. What type of business outside of? I mean, I've been to Bama a couple times. I don't even know what's they bread and money maker there. But I don't think they got more business in Bama than in Florida, let alone.
But it doesn't have to be local, though. It's a national.
Okay, but still, who's paying somebody from who's finna waste money in the state of Bama to promote anything?
Texas is different.
Texas is different. Texas is different.
Texas oil.
But wait a minute. Why are we talking about? Wait a slow down. Let's get this NIL thing together. Let's get it straight. Why are we talking about the local businesses? It doesn't have anything to do with the local businesses when you have national brands. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah,
so
what national entity is going to say, let's go give some business NIL deal to the players in Bama?
Let's say, okay,
outside of Bama.
Bryce, all right, X, pump your brakes.
Bryce Young NIL
deals. Let's see who gave Bryce Young NIL deals.
Yeah, see who gave him an NIL deal.
It has to, you know what I'm saying? It has to be some national company.
I mean, look at okay. So I give you one. Our guy Earl Little Jr. got an NIL deal through Rock Nation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I give you that. You got something like that.
Well, Rock Nation said they're representing him. I think.
Okay, so they represent him. They basically his agency. And I think he got that through the relationship his dad has. I don't think it was so much of just being Bama.
Well, I see Bryce Young just got an NIL deal with BMW. I think what these colleges are doing is the ones in the smaller places, they create this section of the college, right? And that section goes out and gets companies, you know what I'm saying? That's where all this collective stuff come from. Gets companies in a fold, you know what I'm saying? And that's how they're doing it. Because no, they don't have what a Miami has or what a USC has, you know what I'm saying?
So the collective thing is what's wrong. That's why a lot of schools are going to get in trouble because of the collective.
Man, if they haven't went after Saban yet after he said what he said on that stage.
I mean, that's why they're starting to do investigation. That it just so happened that we're going to start off with UM because UM is the one who always making the loudest noise. You know what I'm saying? So that's why UM was first. Let's go check them out. You know what I'm saying? Because they the one making all the noise with Ruiz, with the guy who does the MMA.
Listen. So listen to this. Like, check this out. Saturday night, Alabama quarterback announced an NIL name, image, and likeness deal with BMW of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. On his Instagram page, Young is one of the college football highest paid athletes netting deals with Cash App, Subway, and Logan's Roadhouse.
Thank you. So here's the deal. Can y'all hear me? I said, can y'all hear me?
You said Cash App, Subway.
Cash App, Subway, and Logan's Roadhouse.
But I don't think that's national because you could have a subway that's local.
That's
or
true.
You could have
That's
all the local subways in the state of Alabama.
Okay, well, Cash App local too. They got the local Cash App.
Listen, Cash App is local. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like.
What you mean it's local?
I mean, Cash App is local. I mean, it's
No,
worldwide, but it's still like.
No, it's not.
Go ahead, Hayes. Go ahead.
So here's the deal, right? Because we think of Tuscaloosa, we think NIL deals come from that little town.
Right.
You have to remember, there's only 2 schools in Alabama and Auburn. You don't have to be in Tuscaloosa to be supported by Alabama. You have regional stuff like Subway. They may just run regional commercials in that, not Tuscaloosa, but in the west side of Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean by local, though. I'm talking like within the state.
Right, but what I'm saying is there's enough businesses there. Like you said, that BMW, right? That BMW thing, remember, he is the face of Alabama, who is a national recognized football team. So when Bryce Young, like I said, most people can name the quarterback. Most people can't show you the center's face. Nobody, you can't tell me who the center is for the doggone Dolphins. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, those are the type of things that happen because he is the face of the program. He can squeeze every dollar out of Tuscaloosa and everything else. Those other guys, because it is regional and because they have such a strong fan base, them true fans from Alabama, they know who Chris Leary is. They know who Brooks is. They know who all these guys are. So when they see them on a commercial like this, or when them pop-ups with a cup that say, whatever. And you got to remember, there's way more restaurants than what we have at the crib, like Cane's. That thing with the little chicken wings, almost like our Zaxby's. There's so many different other food venues out there, like, and they make a lot of money, dog. Like, we think Tuscaloosa all poor and everybody in there got 3 teeth.
No. I've been to Tuscaloosa a bunch of times. I know it ain't poor, but I was saying, I wasn't even talking about Tuscaloosa. I was saying within the entire state of Alabama. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I just don't think the businesses are as lucrative to say, yeah, let's go ahead and spend $10 million on giving NIL deals to kids who go to play for Alabama.
Well, they don't. I don't think they'll do no 10 million. I mean, if that money get down,
no, I'm saying like nuts. No. Okay, so just okay. What Ruiz did was say, I'm gonna put 10 million aside for players, not just one player, but for multiple players.
Yeah, but why not do that? If I'm a, but remember, he's trying to build a brand out of that too. Nobody ever heard of Life Wallet.
Yeah.
So he's building a brand out of using these NIL deals. All he's doing is saying, this is my marketing strategy. In my eyes, he's saying, look, this is my marketing strategy. Let's flood the doggone thing with everything Miami Hurricanes and some of these baseball players and FIU, and I think he got this long snapper from Florida, and let's flood the airways with Life Wallet. Because most people don't even know what Life Wallet still is.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing a good job of basically branding it. I don't know the situation what happened when they went I guess public and went to the trade and stuff. That's something that I ain't even looking to, but they're doing a pretty good job. And I see everybody keep thinking he's the only one. Like, no, we have multiple people giving out NIL deals to the UM players. It's not just him. He's just the one that's so vocal. Like the MMA guy was giving out NIL deals when what's the quarterback? With King was the quarterback. Yeah. Everybody on the team got NIL deal through him, through his company. Mm-hmm. The people who just bought the little who about to build the soccer stadium. I forget the name of their family. They on the booster or whatever, something board at UM. They giving out NIL deals. It's like it's so many. It's not just Ruiz. Ruiz is just the one that's loud on social media.
Right. And it's like, I just looked this up. It's plenty of companies we ain't ever heard of. For example, Dynetics. Bro, they make $678 million. Dynetics, excuse me. They made $678 million last year, and they out of Alabama. They tech company.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's so many, like, it's so much, it is so much money in this world, bro. Like, and you know, everybody, like, I get where y'all coming from, but if they want this money, if they want to spend this money right, no, they could spend this money. If Apple, and here's my question, I've asked this before, some people said, but why are the major companies not doing this NIL deals, like the Pepsis or the like the major companies out here?
Well, I think I was, when I read, a lot of those big companies, major companies are already involved with the NCAA or the university itself. So it kind of prevents them
conflict of interest.
Yeah, conflict of interest to say I'm gonna give a player, you know, because you know they are, some of them already sponsoring the school,
right?
You know what I'm saying? So just say,
but there's so many big companies.
It's so many. There's so many.
I understand not Nike or Adidas or that, but I'm thinking like Head and Shoulders. Like if I'm Head and Shoulders, I'm gonna go find Chase. What's his name? Winovich from Michigan with the long blonde hair. Cause they got to take baths too, right?
Yeah.
And he would have been my NIL deal. Or if I would have found, you know what I'm saying?
Thanks, Kyle. That's it. It's the Mass Brothers. Yeah, that's them. Moss Brothers. Yeah, they got a whole lot of money.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, if I'm just looking at the major companies like that we see around every day. That I understand, and what you say make a lot of sense. Like, but I'm just looking at major companies that may not be, you know, Colgate toothpaste, but you know, whatever the case may be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I understand. I agree too. Like you would figure somebody like you said, Head and Shoulders or Bath, what it is, Bath Beyond, however they pronounce it.
Yeah, Bath and Beyond.
Yeah, like you would hope that something like that be like, hey man, let me go sponsor one of these women basketball teams or something like that, or sponsor one of the, you know, stuff like that. Like it's so many, it's just so much. But I don't know. I mean, maybe they thinking it's a waste of money if they do it or something like that, or I don't know.
Yeah, I just saw here Champ 100 said that they got a quarterback, DJ U. I hate messing with people's name. Got a Dr. Pepper ad.
Oh yeah, you got to. Let's talk about the Clemson quarterback. Yeah.
But my point is, can I be honest? Hate to say this. If I'm Dr. Pepper, why I'm going after that dude when I would have went after the Bryce Young? I would have went after the hottest dude out there. He may be on the bench.
Maybe. But maybe okay. So
gonna be
now,
on the bench in a minute.
So now think of this. Maybe they went after him because somebody they know is a booster at Clemson. They say, hey man, let's get this money together and go give our guy an NIL deal. You already got the company.
Hell, he already at the school. You better go find somebody that might be starting because he might be sitting on the bench. They got a quarterback coming behind him. Ain't nothing to be played.
Okay, so Streeter, let's talk about what Coach Ryan Day said at Ohio State.
What he said?
He basically came out and said, man, you're going to need $13 million to keep your team.
Yep.
What?
You're going to need $13 million to keep your team of NIL deals. And that wasn't included with the recruits. That's the team you got.
You're going to need $13 million to keep your team?
Yeah.
He was saying that we're going to need $13 million. What Ryan Day said was we need $13 million of NIL deals in order to sustain our roster.
Yeah.
Because what's going to happen is cats going to be dipping because they need the money. Everybody else getting these deals and we not. So and he basically said the same thing that Nick Saban said, meaning if y'all don't cut these checks,
right,
the Alabama that you know, the Clemson that you know will no longer be. And we're going to lose out to the Miamis, to the Texas A&Ms, and they're going to get the elite players now because they're cutting checks. That's basically what he said in a nutshell without calling anybody out.
Yeah, that's basically what he said. And that $13 million, you just think about it. Now it's basically saying we gotta I guess you gotta put a cap on the amount that you're able to spend because $13 million ain't like for college players, that's a lot of money, man.
It's a lot of money.
And the crazy thing is, I think they was saying they quarterback alone was almost going to kind of like for 1 year will kind of almost demand half of that.
From Cleveland.com, it says they said the Buckeyes have been gathering information by talking to recruits and their families and getting a sense of what other schools might be discussing with the NIL deals. He said he believes right now top shelf quarterbacks, John Ruiz has lost his goddamn mind. He said, we ain't doing what John, no, I'm just joking. He said he believes that right now top shelf quarterback requires $2 million in NIL money. Major offensive tackles and edge rushers, he said, are about $1 million in NIL money. So what he's saying, over the course of 4 years?
I don't know if it was over the course. I think it was like one season. One season, you're going to need that money to keep your players, because just say a top player is a freshman or a sophomore, he might leave the next year because they're not getting the money.
I don't think that's I think that's over a course. I think he's saying, okay, so wait up. We'll keep going. If you can't match that, the other teams might have a chance to pluck key players from your roster. They told the simple potential NIL donors that every player on the team could go in the transfer portal when the season ends and then field calls from others, just like LSU basketball team, other schools who might be offering NIL deals. Players might feel they have to take that money to help their families. Yeah, y'all been dealing with these poverty-stricken kids forever and paying them nothing. Now y'all talking about, hey man, these kids might be too broke. They might start being unloyal. They've been broke.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn what they do. I don't give a damn all of them jumping in them transfer portal. What happened to Hey, how you got kicked out the stream?
I don't know, dog.
Yeah.
But here's my thing, right? So when you look at this, back to what I was saying, the quarterbacks are going to get paid. And I had a talk with a coach at a Power 5 program. I was talking to him about NIL deals. And he said they're going to treat it just like the NFL does. They're going to pay the quarterbacks, the cornerbacks, the defensive ends, and the left tackle, just like you said. Those are the dudes getting the major money. Other than that, because that's like, and that
I don't believe that.
You don't think so?
I don't think so, because NIL is a little bit different. It's all about what you bring to the table from a social media perspective, as well as what you bring to the table as far as your brand. Like if you act like Antonio Brown, or you tone it down a lot more, but you essentially are like that, you could command way more money than a quarterback, because you're gonna have a bigger following.
Yeah,
People
but you have to
listen
remember
to everything that you say.
Mm-hmm.
So this has a little bit more to do with an influencer type of situation, more than the NFL does. Like the NFL, I don't think has gotten around to be like, well, look, you got this many followers, you could promote, we'll have more jersey sales with you, so therefore we're going to give you this contract. They're not around to that yet, but I think college has to be that way. Right.
But influence is influence, though. The quarterback is an influencer. I mean, well, influence is just what it is. Influence. You know what I'm saying? Like Michael Jordan, and it's the shoes. It was all because of Michael Jordan's, who he was, his brand, right?
Yeah. But
he just didn't have Instagram.
You know what I'm talking about.
But Rich, but here's what I'm looking at. The way he said that was, you remember, these companies, look, we call what we want, man. I don't care what nobody say, and I ain't going to put our team out there. But if y'all don't think the universities know who and where who's getting NIL deals and who's getting how much, and selling these companies, give him more money than you give this dude, y'all out y'all damn mind. This be the first time I call people delusional. If y'all really think everybody following the letter of the law when it comes to this NIL stuff, y'all are delusional, dog. Because if you don't think, and that's back to what he was saying, he said, if I'm going to get a Camardi McLean, I'm going to make sure he get a big-time deal. Now, what he does once he's on campus with his social media, fuck, that's on him. But we're going to make sure we secure his recruitment with a big-time deal. We're not going out there for the running back.
I'm glad
but
you
I'm just
said that though, because check it out. Check it out. If you're a running back, if you're Richard Young, and you know that Ohio State is on your jock, so is Alabama, so is whoever, Miami. I'm like, look, I'm sitting back and doing the same thing. If Florida comes in the picture, I'm saying, how much you gave Kamani? All right, that's my floor right there. If you can't match that, don't even call my phone.
I agree.
You could do that, but you
can
can't do that
that
in the NFL.
No, right. But it's but it's the same thing, except not your entrance. That's what you do when these players sit out. You're skipping the rookie contract, but you're skipping the rookie contract and you're going to the second contract when the players say, you know what? Listen, y'all say y'all gonna pay me $5 million. I'm finna sit out till y'all pay me $7 million, if not trade me. So it's the same concept.
Yeah.
We're just looking at it coming out of high school saying, if y'all don't want to pay me, then I'm gonna go over here and play for this team. So, but what they're trying to say is,
the problem is in the NFL, and I heard this because they were talking about Derrick Henry, and a lot of people are saying they need to pay Derrick Henry more money for what he does. And they asked Derrick Henry about it in the interview, and Derrick would be like, well, it's always good when a team want to give you a pay raise. I mean, I'm not going to say, no, I don't want it. I'm going to take it. But basically, they then said Derrick is not upset about making $12 million next year, even though people are like he should be making 15 or more. But they did point this out. They said most running backs that stays with the team that gave them their first contract usually end up making more money over the life of their career as opposed to the running back that sits out and gets traded to another team. So there's a lot of politics that goes on with the NFL, and it's like strategic moves you got to make in order to get your bag. Whereas what we're talking about with NIL is the Wild Wild West. I mean,
yeah, but what he's saying when I say NFL, meaning we're going to pay those are the big money guys. I'm not talking about necessarily the strategy of how they get paid, but I'm talking about the guys that they're going to make sure that they secure the big bags for are the guys who change the complexion of the game, meaning the quarterback,
5-star players,
the offensive tackle and defensive line.
Thank you. No, not 5, because I asked him that. He said no. You have to remember, guys, and football players some of these positions come a dime a dozen, believe it or not. Wide receivers, they really do come a dime a dozen. There are a few
receivers, running backs, and the dude explained it.
Linebackers, bro, they come a dime a dozen. I don't know why people. Safeties.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
But
so what I'm saying is, I'm not going to pay
different.
you. Yeah, but you have to. I'm talking about the strategy. We're going to make. If you only have 5, just like scholarship. If I only have 5 major deals, like we talking about major, I ain't talking about $50,000. We talking about these Bryce Young dollars. I'm going to make sure that I can secure that with one of those 4 positions because those are game changers. I'm not going to spend that on a 3 technique. I'm not going to give a 3 technique $8 million.
Okay.
Because he doesn't change the game as much as a defensive line end does or a quarterback.
This happens a lot when we talk about, high school to college. Now, what if you do have a 3 technique? Who's an Aaron Donald in the rough? And he's been dominating Texas high school football for the past 4 years. He done won 3 state championships, right? And by and large, he's Mr. Texas football. And he's an athletic, athlete of the year or whatever. And he's also an academic all-star as well. This guy is literally the heart of Texas, the heart.
Mm-hmm.
And you sign a quarterback, Quinn Ewers, and you give Quinn Ewers 1.4. And this guy's like, yeah, I love y'all too, but here's the deal. You just gave him 1.4. Didn't he go to Ohio State? Didn't he turn his back on Texas?
Mm-hmm.
So what we doing here?
Quinn Ewers changed the game.
Do that with NIL.
That's business, though.
I mean, but
Quinn Ewers gonna change the game.
It's a set market.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
It's a set market. I agree with what Coach Hayes saying. You got the quarterback market is going to be outrageous for kids in college. It's already outrageous in the NFL.
People are going to try to make it that way because that's what they see in the NFL. But I'm here to say,
okay, so just look at it. Okay, look at the fact that Nico just got the so-called $8 million over 4 years. You see the value of what Archie is that his name? Arch Manning. You see the value he's already getting, and he hasn't even committed to a school.
He's also Arch Manning.
Okay, I agree. He's also Arch Manning.
But if Arch Manning was an offensive tackle, wouldn't nobody give two damns on a Thursday about him? He's the face. That's what people don't. Go pull up a ticket stub and see who's on the face of that ticket stub.
No, I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. But I'm just saying, NIL is not NFL.
Cal say these girls gonna make more than all of them.
They are.
That's what I'm saying.
Man, they was already like over $1 million something on social media.
There's another girl at LSU who's making $1 million already.
Yeah. I heard somebody said that the other day. She girl at LSU.
Hey, you know who this is?
Her sport probably doesn't make $1 million a year.
I don't even know who that is.
You know who that is, Hayes?
Your little twin girls. Hey, I was looking for
Miami.
I was looking for them at Miami the other day.
We stole 2 twin basketball players from from Fresno State. These girls got like I think a couple million of followers on TikTok and Instagram.
Yeah, they got a whole lot, man.
The NIL
deal was how much?
I forgot. I don't think they said how much they got.
But listen, here's the funny thing.
NIL has everything to do with businesses and the kids. It's not the NFL. It's not. It's not. So
it's not.
No, it's not. I mean, it's not. It's not. I understand what Rich is saying. I mean, it has more to do with like your influence. So if these two from Fresno State, you know what I'm saying, are getting more money than James Williams, or getting more money than a Restrepo, you know what I'm saying, it's because of their influence.
Okay, so by you saying it's not the NFL, doesn't that mean it's worse? Because at least in the NFL, it's a cap limit. In college, it ain't.
You put destroying back on UCF team as a kicker.
Right. So but we're talking about
way more than you playing any
quarterback.
But you have to remember. But this is what you guys have to remember. The influence comes. Now I don't know what these girls did to create their following or whatever. Maybe they understood the marketing piece. They had the parents, and I'll say this all the time. I think our kids do a terrible job at marketing. They got Instagram page telling everybody to follow them. They got 3 pictures on the damn thing. I don't understand it. It makes no sense to me, right? Yeah. Because they're doing it but to Rich's point, they don't market themselves, right? Mm-hmm. I think it's awful. Like if I'm a player, I'm giving you every day 20 seconds of something. I'm making hey, boy, just had a great workout, man. Can't wait for the season to start. Boom, boom, boom. Y'all make sure y'all check us out against Bethune. Boom, and done. They take pictures at the damn gas station. I'm just being honest. Like to me, it's terrible marketing. But here goes the face. But here goes back to the face. I just looked this up. Aaron Donald gonna make $95 million next year. What do you think Matthew Stafford gonna make next year?
Probably like 105, 120.
100 or something.
160. But yeah, Aaron Donald a bad mug, ain't he?
But look at not in 1 year though. That's not in 1 year.
No.
NFL, this is
but that's my point. It's who's getting paid. It's the same concept. These faces of the programs always going to get paid. Matthew Stafford. Listen, Matthew Stafford is the engine to this Ferrari. Aaron Donald might be the brakes. It's important.
Yeah.
But it's about speed right now. What I'm saying is
the brakes save your life.
The brakes
make you keep your job.
Let me ask you this. When you ever went to the Ferrari dealership and asked about the brakes?
That's a really damn good question to ask about, actually.
I'm not saying it's not, but I'm asking you what's important. The engine, when you go to the dealership.
Okay, let me do this for y'all.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying when you
Hey,
go to the
Streeter,
dealership,
I was finna
hey, y'all got some brand new brakes, boy. On
I
this
was
Ferrari.
finna
They
kind
be
of
like,
get
"Man,
off topic right quick.
what kind of leader in this engine?"
So look, on three just put out the top 10 safeties in college football this year.
I saw that.
I got made number 7. I got James Williams made number 7. And I had to correct some people because they was like, "Oh man, shout out to Broward County." I was like, no, don't you do that. James is from Opelika.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Give us our
Can
credit. Don't you do that.
Can you take that comment off my face?
We're gonna be on fella. Nobody want to see you, boy. If your mama was in here, then I take the comment down.
See, I tried to hold on, but go back, take that thing off my face, and I want to show you something. I was trying to hold on. Get that crap out of here too. Ain't nobody calling in.
Let me see if I can shuffle us around.
Remember you was talking about trading cards earlier?
Uh-huh.
Well, I got Footballville mama first trading card. Here it goes right here. That's her number. That's it right there, her first trading card. See, she put a little heart over the I too. That's her phone number, 305-623-6969.
And somebody in the group me said, is it me? Or E1 said, is it me or Cam Kitchens had a better year than James last year? The comment section, how y'all feel about that?
Okay, so I think Cam had more tackles. He had more tackles than James, but James had the 2 interceptions. Cam didn't have the interceptions. I think James started more games than Cam.
Yeah, he did.
I remember when I did the stats, and I was like, even the when they had the first team all ACC freshmen, first team all NCAA freshmen for every conference, and they had James up there, and I was like, well, they left Cam out. Why would they leave Cam Kitchens out when Cam Kitchens damn near had the same stats that the other safety who was on the all freshman list. So I was like, yeah, I don't know what that was about. I guess just being truthful, James did come in highly rated more. So of course you probably would throw James in there. But Cam did have
our eyes see. Yeah, our eyes see what our eyes see, and just looking at Cam, it's something about Cam that just makes you like, yeah, this dude knows what he's doing at that safety position. And it's okay for him to be slept on because of course he's not 6'5".
Yeah.
That's okay. But if he just keeps balling, guess what? If he keeps balling, he's still going to be, a top draft pick and still accomplish and achieve his dreams. But
I mean, man, I think Cam might have the better overall career because of the simple fact of him always being underrated by everybody else instead of, I don't think nobody's ever going to underrate James Williams. That's not going to happen. But you'll underrate Cam because you're like, well, okay, he's 5'11". He's not your typical prototype, safety. And unless you know who he is and watch them play throughout his high school career, you're probably saying, well, we don't know. I don't see anything special about him. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's gonna be the fire to his oven, like to his engine, where he's gonna go out there and do things where you be like, oh, okay, like the game in Streeter watched when he ran Omari down, and we were like, what the hell just happened? Like, how did that just happen? But
he's
guess
not
what?
bad. But believe it, X, he not bad. He right on par for a safety.
No,
Like,
he's right. Look, he's right there.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so look, the one game in college he had last year, what made me say he should have been starting from jump. When we played North Carolina State, he made that stop on 4th down. I said he should have been starting from the jump start. Like, why was he not on the field from the jump?
Game-winning tackle.
And that was as a true freshman. You know what I'm saying? So
you saying he should have been starting over who? Over Bubba Bolden them?
Over number 26. Over number 26 for sure.
Who 26?
Gervin Hall, the one who had us on ESPN looking like Boo Boo the Fool.
What?
The five-star?
When
The
Gervin
five-star
Hall
Gervin Hall?
came to Miami, when Gervin Hall came to Miami, did y'all have high hopes of Gervin Hall? When he came to Miami, what did y'all think?
Yeah, I just say we got a good one because Nick Saban wanted him. But when he got on the field, he's done nothing. He's done absolutely nothing.
And this right here is what I be meaning. Like, so let me ask you a question. X, I'm gonna ask you a quick question. Did Manny Diaz develop players?
Manny Diaz, no. I would say the bartender did way more than Manny Diaz did. Manny Diaz was the linebacker coach. Manny Diaz was the linebacker coach, right?
But we talking about as a step. But who's the safety coach then?
The bartender, Coach Banda.
Banda. So did Banda develop players?
He developed Jaquan Johnson, Red Wine. Outside of that, I don't know who else he did, but those two I give him credit for.
So why can he develop two and can't develop all if he's a developer?
I don't think he's a good coach, but you asked me who did he develop? I'm gonna give you those two.
Yeah, but so the question is, because they came out to be good, does that mean you can develop? I don't believe so.
No.
Right.
So that means those guys are naturally good.
They just came out to be good players, right? Because if you're a developer, not saying all people develop the same level or the same time or at the same, rhythm, but I can't see it. I can't see how I can develop these two, but these two over here, I don't know what the hell they doing.
So that's true. Right. So for him to get Gervin Hall, who was, statistically better than both coming out of high school, you figure, okay, that's more easy for me to coach a guy that good. But it was.
So that goes to show you that maybe he just ain't a good developer. Them dudes.
Yeah, he was bad. It was bad because even when T-Rob got there, T-Rob had hard times with Gervin Hall. Like, what the hell are you doing out here? It just
people always used to say Gervin Hall used to work the hardest out of everybody.
No, don't say that. Amari Carter was the one who worked the hardest.
Amari Carter
the one who worked the hardest. Amari Carter.
What did T-Rob do?
Okay, so now we can get deep into that. T-Rob was only doing what Diaz allowed him to do. He didn't want T-Rob to coach hard like he normally coached the DBs. He was only allowed to do exactly what Manny Diaz wanted him to do. And that goes back to you remember how everybody kept downing and bad talking Mike Rump, and we were like, well, Rump is only allowed to do what they allow him to do. He can't do what he want to do because.
When we was out there doing practice, dog, what would we always say? Man, it looked like T-Rob running the defense.
Yeah, T-Rob running the defense. Yeah. But then on game day, they not doing that what we saw.
Listen, bro. Can I tell you something? Why you laughing, Streety? Because you know I'm about to say.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like I think there's a micro and a macro, right? I think you have your position coaches, but I think the macro is. The macro is where, like, where is the program going? Is the leader setting the tone? Are they, you know what I'm saying? Are they running through a brick wall for the leader? Is everybody getting it in the weight room because of the leadership? And they think, you know what I'm saying? I think you have a macro and a macro. And I think if the macro fucked up, anybody in the micro, unless you Superman, you're going to be fucked up.
You know what I'm going to tell you? I think, believe this or not, and I've said it before. I watched Now again, I wasn't there. I think I was looking at one of your videos, and I was breaking down T-Rob coaching. He was coaching, and what he said made a lot of sense to me from a coach's perspective. It was hard-nosed coaching. He was in his behind. He did all of those things. Here's what I truly believe the problem was: the scheme was not. I don't want to say it was too hard for the players. But I don't want to say the actual plays, meaning the delivery of the food was not easy to digest for the players, meaning, some coaches throw 10 different things in there on kids. I've seen that. If they come out in 3x1, we're going to run this. If they come out in 2x2, we're going to run this. If they come in 2x1, we run this. And if they come out in 20 personnel, we run that. All that is in one play. No, I'm being for real. No, so what it is here's the call. Simple. Check orange, orange, orange. So in the orange tag, if they come out in 3x1, it is whatever that is. If it's 2x2, you check to whatever it is. But then there's a brown tag or a green tag for them. If they come out in 3x1, we check this. Like, I've seen coaches make this so complicated, dog, that the players, again, can't process it. So you slow them down and you make them not play. Because I'm listening to T-Rob coach, and he's telling them same things I was bitching about. He's telling them this. But in the games, they can't do it. And I think it's here. There's a disconnect. And sometimes, and I don't think
we had the wrong players. We had the wrong players.
No. No, you got the wrong coach. Because I don't believe there's a student.
You mean so T-Rob was the wrong coach, or you mean
Manny?
Oh, okay.
Because what I'm saying, because it's Manny's scheme. So what I'm saying is T-Rob does have to teach that scheme. What you got to remember, T-Rob is a small facet. There's the linebacker coach. There's a D-line coach. All that works together.
we figured out we didn't have a linebacker coach in 8 years or whatever.
So therefore, back to my point, if I'm the safety and I know I'm supposed to be inside leverage of this guy, and the defensive end is supposed to be outside leverage, but yeah, he's inside leverage. I'm supposed to be inside leverage. See how all of that's confusing already? Because T-Rob may have been teaching it right. And you know this from basketball. Hell, X was quarterback. Imagine if somebody told you at the quarterback, you know what choice routes are. Well, if the DB is inside leverage, you're going to run the comeback. If he's outside leverage, we're going to run the dig. Yeah. If he's head up, we're going to run the go. The problem is y'all got to be on the same page. So when you throw the comeback and he run the damn go, who look like the asshole? The quarterback.
The quarterback always going to look like the asshole.
He don't know the plays, coach. But nah, he inside leverage. Versus, you get what I'm saying? And I think sometimes when you're a very smart guy, and I've seen this happen with a lot of coaches, they still always want to be the smartest dude in the room. So when they go to these clinics, we're going to jet set here. We're going to 3 slip here. So right here, what you got right here is 3 Liz and rip. So once here, if we get a 2x1, we definitely going to rip this thing. But if we get a 2x2, we're going to Liz it. We're going to tell the nickelback to come over the top fan, flip his hips, get his eyes back to the quarterback. And if he dips a low shoulder, that means it's coming down hard. If he's high shoulder, he's going to take the ball up top. Who the fuck sees all that in a play that lasts 3 seconds?
Right.
And I've seen coaches coach that.
I heard,
and I like this comment.
Magnificent at actually
doing that.
We're actually communicating what he wanted players to do. You know what I'm saying, and making them understand. I heard Randy was really good at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, okay, with Randy, you mean when he was the defensive coordinator, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Defensive coordinator. Huh? Go ahead, Rich.
But then even when he was defensive coordinator, he learned a lot from Greg Schiano. Greg Schiano was excellent at that. That was actually Greg Schiano's defense in 2000 that was good. And then he left for a head coaching job, and then Randy took over. I mean, it wasn't that hard to coach the same defense from the previous year.
But you got to teach it, though.
Well, but
I mean,
Manny,
it wasn't.
Manny,
he didn't have to
Manny
do
made it
nothing.
hard.
The defense was there. That same 2000 defense is the same 2000-2001 defense. Like, you didn't have to do much but say, hey, y'all know what we did last year, the same defense. Go out there and do it again this year.
I get it.
Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah.
But I have no idea why we wasn't able to tackle last year if they've been in the same defense for the past 3 years. But
Well,
I'm
okay,
also going to say this.
look.
I saw this too, though. But check it out. I saw somebody talk about T-Rob wanting to do bump and run. Had he done bump and run with the corners we have, we would have actually been running with receivers, not looking around trying to figure out who's going to go catch the receiver who about to score a touchdown. So
Yeah,
it sounds like if you want bump and run is simple. and you could correct me if I'm wrong, Coach Hayes, but bump and run is really simple. You
It is, but
got your
we
assignment.
didn't
You're in
have
zone
we
or
didn't
you're
have
in
the
man.
cornerbacks. We didn't have the cornerbacks to play bump and run. I mean, that was a bad idea from Go. Just imagine, hell, we tried to do a little bit of bump and run against Alabama, and that didn't look good at all.
Well, we was bumping, but we wasn't running.
You can't run with what you can't run with. That boy Jameson, we didn't have nothing on the field that could run with him. So it was like, what we gonna do? We should have tackled him as soon as he took off. You know what I'm saying? Hey, just take the 15 yards, man.
Just take the penalty.
Yeah, take the penalty, man. Just don't let them run by y'all. But to go back to your tackling question, me and Streeter have seen
the same defense for 3 years.
Me and Streeter have seen them practicing more tackle drills during the spring than they tackled over the previous 3-4 years. Like they didn't even practice tackling. Like that was just the Streeter. What I used to always say, oh man, they out there tackling the donut again.
You wanna know why? Because these analytical coaches are scared of somebody getting hurt. I'm telling you, like this is what these coaches are afraid of. See, Cristobal is of an old school mentality. Manny Diaz is not. You know how many coaches don't practice tackling? Like, why do you think that what was Pete Carroll? That's how that whole thing came with Seattle, that gator roll tackling. That's where the whole donut damn thing came from, right? Because nobody's in there being aggressive because everybody's scared somebody's gonna be hurt. And it's one of them things. Well, if I lose a guy, you know, but the old school mentality says shit, next man up, dog. You know, next man up. And that's the whole thing. That's the same thing. You know, you heard this before, X. No offensive coach in the world wants a receiver or their quarterback to play on defense because what's the first thing they're going to say?
Oh, man, he going to get hurt.
He going to get hurt playing defense when he the one issuing the hit, not taking the hit.
Yeah.
Because everybody's scared that if I lose that one player at my receiver, right, I done lost the engine to my deal.
And I mean, that's what they used to do with the quarterbacks. Oh, put him on this color jersey, meaning don't tackle him.
Yeah.
I hated that. I was like, man, let them hit me because I'm going to get hit in the game. Like, I do not want to not get hit. You know what I'm saying? In practice, and then I get in the game and get hit, and it feels like weird to me. I want to get hit. You know, coach like, no, you don't hit you. They're like,
yeah, but you know what's weird? What's even more weird though, X? When you sit on the sideline with a damn cast on your damn leg.
Yeah.
That's more weird for the coach than it is for you getting hit. You better suck it up. Because guess what? You see players get rolled up, and I understand. And another reason why you don't want to break hands and arms and all that good stuff when it comes to, because again, the quarterback is who? The engine to the damn car.
If he not out there. I mean, it's true. I understood it, but just that was just my mentality. I felt like, man, hit me. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, if I gotta roll out and run for my life, I'm gonna end up getting hit. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead and hit me. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Just touch me because I didn't like that. You know what I'm saying? I just felt like if you're gonna play, man, play football. You know what I'm saying? Anything can happen at any given time.
And we'd rather happen in the game.
I mean, that's true. That's true.
X, let me ask you a question. Not to put your boys out there, but if you went down, X, did y'all have a better chance of winning if you went down?
No.
All right, then. Enough said.
I went down in one game, and they put Newbie the backup in. He threw one good pass, but the rest of the pass he threw, the receivers was getting killed while he was throwing them. You know what I'm saying? So
Newbie.
Yeah, Newbie. Mike McKenzie's little brother.
Oh.
He played the one who was on the basketball team with me, Newbie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So but once I went down, it was let's get back to running this wishbone wing T offense.
And that's like exactly why you don't get hit in practice.
I mean, but then again, when I went down because what was the defensive end from Kansas City? Greg Jones, I think that's his name.
Willie Jones.
Willie Jones. He had hit me, and they thought I had a concussion. which I did. I ain't gonna lie, I did. But I would tell him, like, I'm good. I could go back in the game. And he was like, man, follow my finger. I followed the finger until he started saying, count his fingers. And I was like, damn, I don't know. I can't even say it. So I was, once he said count the fingers, I was done. They were like, oh, yeah, nah, he can't go back in the game. I was like, oh.
You had a 1 in 10 chance of getting it right. The other says 4.
Man, look, I started calling. I'm calling numbers, but it was wrong. So, I called myself. I told my brother to go get some Tylenol for me and all, and they were like, "Nah, it don't matter. You ain't going in the game." And I'm like, "It's Carol City, man. Carol City Northern. I gotta finish this game, man." But they definitely wasn't having it.
So listen, man, we've been on here all night long, right? And we get all night long, man. 3 hours. I don't know if I've ever been on live that long, dog.
Nah, that's long.
We're on some Wholesome Holloway shit. For the members,
I see somebody just ask what's up with Rashada.
We're gonna drop Warren Sapp tonight for the members. For the members, Warren Sapp gonna drop tonight. Y'all want to say something about Rashada? And I'm gonna let y'all watch a little bit of the Warren Sapp, man. Warren Sapp talking about the first time he saw The Rock. His homeboy Dooley, he called him. The first time he saw The Rock on TV as a wrestler, he didn't know The Rock was a wrestler. He gonna tell his story. But go ahead. You got something about Rashada?
That comment.
Okay, so the Jaden Rashada thing is he was set to make a commitment tomorrow. Well, today. Today is the 19th or the 18th? No, the 18th. The 18th. He was set to make his commitment on the 18th. Everything was looking good for the University of Florida. But he got a phone call from, I don't even know what you want to call Coach Mario, but he got a phone call and like, hey, before you commit, we need you to come check us out again. So now it's a scheduled his 5th official visit will be to the University of Miami this week. And then he puts his commitment back to the 26th, which is his grandma or grandpa, one of them birthday. And word is if he does make that official visit, Miami gonna do what they do, things could be looking good for the University of Miami. The only issue I have is he's a quarterback that's going to want to come in and play right away. So if he's not promised he's going to play right away, why would he come? And I agree with it because I don't think he's going to play right away regardless at UM. So I think his best bet will be to go to Florida or another team where he can play right away because at UM it ain't going to happen. Jay Garcia got that on lock.
You think he better than AR-15?
I haven't seen nothing AR-15 done that's spectacular for me to say he can't take his job. So
I just look at it. Here's how I look at it. One thing about these quarterbacks, I don't think they're realistic either. You're a quarterback. It's one position. It's not like receivers where it's 4 or 5 guys out there. It's a rotation. There's no other position besides the kicker. Hell, they got 2 of them. It's one guy. And, I don't understand if you want to go to a team and you want to come in as a true freshman and star, or even your sophomore year, your team probably pretty bad. If you really think about it, if you coming in as a true freshman, talking about I want to start right now, your team in bad shape, dog. If they ain't got no quarter, let's do just major injuries.
No, that's true. Unless you just, I'm trying to even think of a true freshman quarterback actually come in, starting, and being good. I'm still trying to think of a name.
Caleb Williams, yeah, but it's only a few, and they Caleb Williams came into Oklahoma. They sat my man down. Boom, he comes in. Even Trevor Lawrence comes in. They snatch Kelly Bryant out. Boom, he goes in there, and it does happen here and there. But we're talking about maybe out of 122 Division I schools, we're talking about maybe 5 teams.
But then the 2 names you just named, those teams was good. You could have put almost any quarterback in, and they would have been pretty good regardless.
Correct. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying.
To be saying to go to Florida, Florida's pretty. It's not going to be pretty good. Florida going to be bad, even with him or without him.
You think so?
Yeah, Florida's not going to be good this year. They're going to struggle a lot.
I got to bet
I think his best bet would have been Ole Miss. I just think Lane Kiffin would make him a lot better than him going to any other school.
I would have definitely went if you could turn in doggone Matt Corral, a backup such and such to a Heisman hopeful.
Yeah,
I would have damn sure went.
Yeah, I would have went Ole Miss easily. So
right. So listen, man. Here's a little snippet, and we're gonna get up out of here, man. So we're gonna watch this a little bit and get up out of here. Warren Sapp is in the member section. If you want to join, the link is in the. If you want to join, the link is in the description, or I'll just push it in the comment section. But the link is in the description. But here's Warren Sapp talking about. Well, basically, I'm gonna show y'all the beginning, and then he's gonna talk about how the first time he saw The Rock, who he played with, was his homeboy in college, wrestling, as a wrestler.
Oh yeah, that story he told.
Yeah. All right, we sitting here with the most decorated Miami Hurricane ever. Big tight end Warren Sapp.
Tight end, deep tackle, corner, anything you want, baby. We're gonna play this game. Let's do it.
You think the Canes win national championship again?
Yes.
You think Mario
needs some shorts on?
I know Mario.
Nigga around here showing nuts. You can't do that.
Only Hayes in here looking at nuts.
So he holding in about 5 minutes.
I got a 28-inch screen, dog.
So I can go. He said, yeah, you can go. So I get up. I walk out. I'm walking the whole time like, the hell did I just get held in 5 minutes for? Oh, I know why. I look up. Gooch is in front of me walking. What's up, man?
So he's talking about how him and Derek Brooks used to be trying to get back to the room to get the TV first on Monday night, and Derek Brooks was a big wrestling fan.
Okay. Y'all ain't out of y'all meeting, are you? Goose like, yup. I'm like, son of a.
They set you up, dog.
So I'm walking. All the linebackers going to my room. I mean, all of them going to my room. I'm like, so I go by, so I'm going, so we stop by the little snack, so I grab me a couple ways. So I go, so I'm going. Now the linebacker behind me. But I'm like, are you kidding me right now? So now it's time for the main event. I didn't know I had to watch 2 hours of this shit. Yeah, it's a show. Oh, I didn't know this. You know, hey, man, I'm watching a movie drama or something. I'm watching the National Geographic, some animals attacking something. I mean, come on, give me some fishing show, river monster, something. But this is ridiculous. I'm watching grown men just like fall on the floor. It's the story for grown men, yeah. Yelling out the move before he do it. So now it's time for the people's champ.
Yelling out the move.
The people's champ. Can you smell? And I don't say nothing the whole time because
that was your first time seeing him?
The first time ever watching The Rock do his thing.
So you didn't know who The Rock was?
I know Dewey. I know Dwayne
Yeah.
I don't know no Rock. I didn't know no Rock. I had heard about it. Right. Oh, you don't know the most electrifying man in the sports entertainment? I heard about it, but I hadn't seen it. And I watched this whole thing, and I looked at all of them. I said, at least he's entertaining. I'll give you that.
He wasn't super
entertaining. I never got a chance to tell him my shit. I only saw him one time in the last 20 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Damn entertaining.
Right.
Damn entertaining. My kids made me go to when he went to the Hard Rock. Yeah. And I had front row tickets. And I still got the chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still got the chair. You know, but the chair had all the WrestleMania. I went to WrestleMania behind me. Yeah. My kids made me go. Damn, you know The Rock, we want to go. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I don't know this man. I know the other guy, but you know, good dude, great dude, very entertaining. I saw it. I saw what was so entertaining about it. Right. This son of a bitch took Ocean Road's whole kick-ass spew in the D-line room and turned it into his spew on TV, and boy, it was something special.
He said,
"That's cool."
He said it all came from Ed Ogeron.
Yeah,
all that shit we hear The Rock say was all sayings that Ed Ogeron used to say to him in practice.
I wouldn't doubt it. It sounds like some coaches would say, but he just made it, entertaining. But
yeah,
jabroni, calling people jabroni.
Yeah, he said that too. Yeah.
So listen, man. Y'all check that out, man. Anything else y'all want to say before we get out of here, man? I say we going to the ACC championship. I don't know if we'll win it, but I say we getting there. Anything y'all want to say before we close out of here? Anything?
I agree with Streeter.
Anything? Y'all
14 games this year.
14.
Man, we go to the ACC championship and we win that same night. Everybody could meet me at Tootsie's and drinks on me the whole night.
Uh oh. Well, Hayes, but them waves look thick up there, boy. What you been doing? Got your wave camp going? What is that stuff? Boy, you look Cuban, boy.
I got dunes on my head. I told you I'm a shot. I got a sand dune.
Look at that boy. Look at that boy. That waves.
Hey, you know what I'm doing right now? You know what I'm doing? Making my fingers seasick, baby. Nah, I'm messing with you. Nah, but I'm gonna say this, man. Like I say, hey, man, Street, I don't know how you do it, dog, but you get some of the best people for your interview. And I'm gonna put this out here. I'm gonna say it. It's a shame that these videos be doing 2,000-3,000 views, bro. Right? This Warren Sapp. This Warren.
I agree.
But I'm just saying, this Warren Sapp, dog.
Yeah.
That was Lonzo Highsmith. Everybody think he that video should have 20,000 views in the first 2 hours. I'm just being honest, dog. Because the reason I say that, and this is a microcosm, dog, of how the UM fan base is. They talk that shit, but don't support. Bro,
I think it's YouTube.
Nah, dog. It ain't YouTube, dog. It ain't. It's the people, dog. We talk that shit, but we not, dog. There's no way in the world you should have. I'm looking at the people you got, dog. Fucking Warren Sapp on this damn thing.
We had 2 Hall of Famers.
Hall of Famers. Like, come on, bro. Like,
yeah.
I don't know, dog. Like, I'm trying to figure out.
But Coach Hayes, I'm with Streeter because I think YouTube is something wrong with YouTube. But to be told, when we out in the streets, it's like it's more than thousands of people who be like, "Hey, well, today I was at the gas station today, and the dude was like, "Hey, don't you be on YouTube?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Man, I be watching your show all the time." I'm like, "Oh, thanks." Like, and that happens to me all the time.
All the time, right?
I know.
All the time.
I know it does. It does happen. But what I'm saying is, I think your thumbnail is messed up. You should have said, "I kicked Warren Sapp in the nuts and he did this." And people will watch that shit.
No, listen. But that's why I've been talking. That's why I put it behind the paywall. That's why I started using the membership more, because I'd rather just bank on our content and that we're creating and that people want to see it, other than just to try to depend on whether YouTube is cheating or not cheating. You know
Luke,
what I'm saying?
I forgot about it. Thanks, Don Snaps. Luke, like, you got an interview with Luke, dog. This man don't even do interviews with people, dog.
Right.
Like,
right.
And so I can understand maybe the college landscape not doing it. Maybe these kids, because they don't really understand Luke outside of the crib. But we talking about the crib, dog. You talking about Miami. We talking about recruiting.
The commercial on Twitter gets 6,000 views, and then the video get 3,000 views.
And you got a damn Little League Pop Warner thing over there with 500,000 views, and you got Uncle Luke on here. Like that to me, dog, it's amazing.
Speaking of that, man, the other day,
it don't make sense. It don't make sense.
Speaking of that, the other day, when we dropped that little nugget about what we was doing with the with our ratings, that man, you left me alone. I was stuck asking questions for almost an hour just on that. I was like, damn, this nigga straight and left me.
And we ain't got no answers. We still in the mix.
Yeah, they was like, "XO, what y'all gonna do when you got a player that looks good in February, but come March, he's back?" I'm like, huh? Well,
we ain't get to that.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a quick question?
We ain't get there yet.
And if you don't know, just say so. So let me ask you this. What are you, because for me, back to Rich. Rich, you all right? Wake up, boy. Rich.
He out of there.
Rich. That boy gone.
Hey.
You ain't no soldier, dog. Hey, Rich.
Nah, man. Nah,
That boy done fell asleep at the wheel like GMAC. But listen,
Stop, I say, man, not with it. Go to sleep, man.
I'm out, man.
But let me ask y'all a question. Edrin James interview. God damn, I forgot. Edrin James win the Hall of Fame. How many views that video got, bro? Like, this is the kind of stuff I'm not understanding, dog. But anyway,
it's okay, dog. Trust the process.
Yeah, okay. Well, we got dudes jumping off their roof of their house until a doggone red Solo cup have 100,000 views in
100,000 views.
But anyway, I was gonna ask this question because I already know how I would.
He back.
He couldn't help himself.
Well, Coach Hayes, before you even ask the question, like you were saying, the UM fans. Now, one thing I would say.
I can't hear y'all.
Oh, you can't hear?
Who, me?
I can hear you, X. I can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear now?
Man, that job kicked me out.
Okay, so one thing about University of Miami fans, they fickle. We here, Coach Hayes. Coach Hayes, you here now?
Okay, he looking crazy over there. Rich, you all right? Rich, what you been?
Yeah, you here, Coach Hayes?
I'm good.
Oh, Coach Hayes the one having problems. I don't know what he got going on.
I'm glad listen, man. I'm glad we brought this conversation up. It's because y'all all got to go watch the fan base interview. Y'all all got to go watch the fan base interview with Hayes. What his name is? Isaac. What was it? Isaac Hayes' son he got an app called Fan Base, and he did an interview with Earn Your Leisure. Go watch it. After that interview, Beyonce took all her pictures and stuff down off of Instagram. But social media is almost like it's turned into the new record label. They control the numbers. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if they're real numbers. I don't know if they're real numbers. You know what I'm saying? But
we don't know how many people watched it. You're right.
Yeah, I don't know if they're real numbers because I go in, like, when I go out in public, everybody fucking knows me. So that's why I've been leaning on the membership, because I'd rather just say, hey, listen, man, my content is valuable. If you want to watch it, pay for it. You'll get a free version eventually. That's how I kind of look at it. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been around YouTube long enough. I've done little league games that got 50,000, 80,000 views. You know what I'm saying? And Uncle Luke wasn't nowhere in the game. So
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Man.
Right. So I'm going to lean on the membership, and we got some things in the works, big dog. Y'all just
No, I just hate to see, like,
it's all gonna work itself out. YouTube is not. Yeah,
but I just hate to see that. I just hate to see the effort, the time, the energy. You know, the equipment that you. No, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I hate to see it. No, I'm saying I hate to see it for you. I'm saying, like, dog, like, you getting some top notch, like, y'all boys putting in work. You know what I'm saying, with the interviews, the venues, the places, the traveling, and you like, damn, bro. Because think about it, them. I don't know what y'all little CPM is, but bro, I do them WRE videos. Depends on the video, might make $15, but it's 3 hours of work. By the time you edit it and all that stuff, like, people don't understand that.
Don't worry, we gonna have Eve Madison on every interview video from here on out, and she gonna be half naked, maybe naked all the way.
It's X-Friend. We all in a group chat with Eve, and Eve just out the blue just send us just naked pictures. Good morning, Eve. Good morning.
Nuts.
You want them, Hayes? Good morning, Eve. Hey,
she nuts, man. I kept telling people, like, man, the girl is nuts. She nuts. She gonna do some stuff like that. Like, you will be sitting next to your girl, and then she saying you something, you been opening, and it's gotta drop your phone and look like, oh man, I don't know what's up with my phone, man. My phone tripping. Like, what is he doing?
Been broke your own screen.
Yeah.
You got that, Hayes?
Oh, let me see. Let me open my phone on the camera.
Yeah, though. Wow. For no reason. She don't say hello. She don't say good morning.
What she does is she texts the pictures and then say hey afterwards. Like, why you didn't say hey first? So we could at least say, oh, this her. She finna send the pictures, and
There we go, Streeter. My dog just came through.
Wow,
okay.
Man.
Dang, boy.
Wow, man.
Yeah, she's still hitting me up. She's like, man, when you gonna bring me to Miami so I can get with your fan base? I'm like, man, when they pay for you to come, you coming.
You get on Spirit for $35.
And she wants you to pay for everything, man. So,
but I got rent money for one night.
One night. Don said that's his kind of chick. But no, bro, listen, that's why we kind of went to the to the membership, trying to lean in on that a little bit. And that's not even perfect, but we're trying to figure the content thing out. But go watch that interview with Fanbase with Earn Your Leisure, and he breaks down how basically, listen, man, social media is just getting the free content and controlling the numbers and taking the money from the sponsors, you know what I'm saying, using us all as like, you know what I'm saying, because the way he explained it was like, listen, if Beyonce really has 50 million followers and she's getting millions of views, she can go directly to Pepsi. What does she need Instagram for? So they got to control the thing. I don't even think they're real numbers, bro, because I've seen enough. I've seen me do an IMG video, edit it, put it out 2:00 in the morning, and watch it run to 10,000 views in an hour. And 2:00 in the morning. I've seen that. You know what I'm saying? So, to see it on this adverse, now that we kind of switch how we do things, I came to the conclusion that I don't know. I don't think it's real numbers. I think it's just them controlling, just like the record label. It's them controlling who make it, what they think is hot, and what they don't think is hot. Watch when the season rolls out. Watch the Hurricanes. Watch what happens.
And check it out. That if you type in Sam Bruce right now into Google, your interview comes up with Sam Bruce.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, and you one of the only people who interviewed Edgerrin James when he went into the Hall of Fame. If you type in Edgerrin James and you keep scrolling down Google, what you think gonna come up?
Yeah,
his interviews, right? If you go to video. So the point I'm making is this.
Ain't depending on. Go ahead.
Now, of course, he has a lot of The point I'm making though is that if somebody could do a simple Google search and YouTube videos start popping up of different people, like if somebody did a video search of Darren Smith, or not a video search, but a Google search, from this point on, because you did that interview, you are going to be, if they are looking for video specifically, your video is going to be one of the videos that pop up.
Yeah, it's going to pop up. But what Street is saying, basically, YouTube controlling those numbers, because the numbers could be real big, but they're not going to show it because so at one point they saying we don't really want to pay these guys that money.
They don't want to pay them.
Have to. Right. You know what I'm saying? So we're not going to show them the exact numbers, and it's really no way for us to see the real truthful numbers, because the numbers could be in the millions, and they'll say, "Well, here you only hit 10,000."
It just don't. Yeah.
Who are we to say now? We know we hit 1 million.
So let me ask you a question. I'm on page 4 of Google. I just put Edgerrin James interview, and I'm on page 4. Yours ain't come up yet, but I got Kane's Insight, Footballville Nation.
What did you type in? My Edgerrin James got so much content.
If it say Kane Insight Footballville Nation, that's what they did. What they did was took the interview from us and put it inside the article. They basically credited us without it just being Caneville.
But no, Kane Insight has been one of my biggest traffics on my YouTube since I started. I didn't even know what they were.
Yeah.
So they take so somebody from Kane Insight.
It's like a blog. It's like a message board.
Yeah, they take everything I do and put it in Kane Insight.
Well, that's the first. I don't even see yours. I see theirs first.
Yeah, no, they do that. Anything we do with a video, anything we do on tweets or whatever, they take that, put it on their message board, their blog site, and then because people always be like, "Oh yeah, I seen your stuff on Kane Insight." I'm like, huh? Like, wow? So you didn't see our stuff?
Yeah. Well, I didn't know No, I get it because they do that with those WREs, like with those different kids, Alabama, Ohio State.
Yeah.
They put them on the Bama Online and Buckeye Nation and all that stuff.
Man,
so
we've
I
been
get
on here for 4 hours, bro.
So why don't
Man,
they
I'm finna
pay
go to
y'all for
sleep.
that?
Conversation, dog.
Huh? YouTube or you mean Kane Insight?
Kane Insight, Bama, they should pay y'all for that.
I mean, okay,
Because
so
that's why I'm behind the paywall now, because it's free. We're giving it away for free, and we're allowing
Well,
them.
what
to,
it is, but what they've done is all they did was take the YouTube link and embed it in there. So when you watch it, you're supposed to get that view. You get what I'm saying? They didn't take the actual video. I don't know if we are or not. That's what X is saying. I mean, that's what they're saying is like
a lot of it is not showing us. They basically showing it from their insight. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when you tap on theirs, it'll show, oh yeah, you watching it from Kane's Insight. And but it's really Footballville, Caneville that you're watching, but you're watching it from their insights.
Yeah. From
it's
their
link,
website,
though.
basically.
It's linked in out of their website.
Yeah.
They just embedded it.
It's just one of their members. Any one of their members probably take it and I found this
Share
hurricane content. Yeah, and sharing it, just like we doing it with me. So man, listen, man, we finna get up out of here, boy. We've been on here for 4 hours, boy.
What's wrong with that, dog? Like having at the barbershop, dog. We just chopping it up, man.
Damn, none of us ain't supposed to get no pussy tonight on Friday. None of us ain't had nothing lined up.
I mean,
I was going out, but then you called me, so I had to support my dog. I was on my way out. Got a friend.
I was out early, man, and I was like, let me go on to the crib. I get to the crib, and everybody like, oh man, y'all on tonight? I'm like, huh? Man, it's like 12 o'clock. What you mean we
Mine
on
in the bed in there. I don't know where y'all's at. Mine in the bed. Babe, I'm on my way. They're trying to hold me up, babe, because they got dry. Gonna have a dry Friday, but I ain't gonna be dry on this Friday, babe. I'm on my way.
Hey, mine said hello.
Hey.
How y'all doing?
But listen, man, I appreciate y'all, dog, man. Appreciate y'all, man.
Appreciate y'all, man. Yeah.
No more closing comments. And Rich, man, go get you some sleep, dog. Rich was like this.
I know. That's what I'm about to do. I'm about to.
I'm
about to go just like this.
Hey, Speedy, before you close, what it was? I think it was Monday. The Boston and Celtics had a game right on Monday.
Yeah.
Man, I was in Tootsie's for so long on Monday. When the game came on, I was upstairs like this. So the chick, my bartender, she's like, man, X, you gotta wake up and go home. And I was like, what you mean go home? Like, man, I'm finna order me another drink. I didn't know I was asleep for that long. You know what I'm saying? She's like, man, you just got to go home. I'm like, oh, dang, boy, I was asleep for that long? She's like, yeah, I missed the first half of the game. I'm like,
what time you got in there?
Man, I got in Tootsie's like around 3 o'clock.
Man, you wasn't going there to watch no game.
I mean, I was going there to park, man. I had like two chicks with me. One chick, I kicked her out because she was ordering everything they had. And I'm like, well, you know you're paying for all that, right? She's like, what you mean? Like, you don't order the lobster. She ordered a lobster, dog. She came back and ordered a steak. She came back and ordered some wings. I was like, girl, you can eat. Like, you really can eat.
Nah, you turned your back. She threw it in her purse.
So I was like, it's cool. I told my bartender, I like, man, look, everything she ordered is on her tab. She got to pay for it. So when she got up, she's like, oh, yeah, X, I'm finna leave. I was like, you better go pay your tab. She's like, what you mean pay my tab? Like, I met you here. You didn't come here with me. You got to pay your tab.
I'd have put it right in there, X. I'd have tapped on the shoulder and be like, hey. Put it right.
She was high. So I was like, yeah, you gotta pay your tab, man. And but that's it, man.
But listen, man. All right, man. Appreciate y'all, man. I'm getting y'all out of here. Nobody else ain't saying nothing else. Bye.
Peace.
Man, how many in the chat, dog?
Really out. Go to sleep, Rich. Listen, bro, man. Appreciate y'all. Y'all sat on here with us for 4 hours, man. And but yeah, all that stuff they explained is why we kind of went to the member stuff, man. Because we believe the content is very valuable, and people have been signing up because they want to see it. Because you can't really trust YouTube, bro. Instagram, YouTube, they don't really. It's like the new record labels, though. It's like them telling Kendrick Lamar his album ain't hot. Nah, we want you to do it like Waka Flocka, Kendrick. This doesn't sound like Waka Flocka. It's the same concept. So listen, man, I appreciate y'all, man. IOD Squad 786-459-499. Don't put off tomorrow something you can do today. The rest of your life could be seconds away. I'm D, and I'm